I'm going to call the Board of Zoning Appeals hearing to order, and our first case is number 6607. Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
Okay, case 6607, a request for conditional use and multiple variances for a farm alcohol producer with banquet facility. The site is located at 103 Houck Road, Westminster, Maryland, on property zone A, Agricultural District and Election District 8 by Harden Family Farms LLC in care of R. David and Sharon Harden. Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Section 158.168, 158.07101, 158.133, and 155.051. C2, a site visit is planned for April 22nd, 2026 at approximately 9:45 a.m. There are site minutes in the file. There is an April 26, 2026 letter to Bethany Henderson from Carol Hagan, writing to contest the request for a farm alcohol producer with a banquet facility. She's the owner of property to the rear of 103 Houck Road. At one time, her property was considered part of a 103 Houck Road, and the parcel number is parcel number. I am planning on putting this parcel on the market to sell in order to finance my mother's stay at Golden Crest Assisted Living. I feel as though this brewery and banquet facility will bring down the value of my land. Notice of public hearing was made on March 30th, 2026. Hearing notice was posted March 30th, 2026 by Zoning Inspector Robin Kraus. Bethany Henderson sent a notice to various state and local agencies, and she got a response from Thomas Harris, Permits and Inspections. A change of use permit is required for the use of the barn as a venue area. ADA accessibility will be addressed during the site plan process. Any new or existing buildings used would need a permit based on their intended use. If the BZA case is approved, please make the above requirements a condition of approval. There is a response to Bethany Henderson's request to various state and local agencies from Anastasia Yemelyanova, zoning administrator. Subject property is located in Ag zoning district and consists of approximately 22.31 acres. There is a response to Bethany Henderson's request from Janet O'Meara, and the comments are from Pat Varga. There is a response to Bethany Henderson's request from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This property is not in ag preservation. I have no comment at this time. There is a response from Laura Matthias, Bureau Chief, Development Review. A site plan may be required in accordance with Chapter 155. Then there is the application. It includes photos. There's a map from CLSI, aerial photos, handwritten drawings. They, Hardin Family Farms, they put in a conditional use explanation. The numbering is out of order, but looks like it's all here. It's adds up to about 7 or 8 pages. It's at the end. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Do I have a motion to enter the file into evidence?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
We'll go ahead and move the file into evidence. A couple of things before we begin this morning. If you're here for this case, make sure that you have signed in on the clipboard over on the side and make sure for this case. The other thing is make sure that when you leave here today, that you leave by the same entrance that you came in, so that they're not trying to locate you later in the day. And if you have any electronic devices, please silence those so that it doesn't interrupt the recording of our hearing here this morning. And the other thing is, if you plan on testifying here today, I'm going to ask that you stand and raise your right hand and take the oath. And I'll go ahead and, so if you plan on testifying, you might as well test. That way, there's no question. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you were about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you very much, and you can be seated. And let me explain the process here this morning. The applicant will have the opportunity to go ahead and state his reason for his application here today. Members of the audience can ask questions of his testimony at that point. Board members get the opportunity to ask questions. And then at that point, anyone in the audience can give their testimony. So the first time we go around, it's just asking questions of the testimony that the applicant has given. The next time we go around, it's your actual testimony why you're either for or against the application. And I'd like to remind everybody, please state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name anytime you go to the microphone to address the board. Okay? With that, I'm assuming you're Mr. Hardin?
I am.
Okay. Mr. Hardin, would you go ahead and state your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name, and then go ahead and give us a synopsis on what you're asking for.
Sure. Richard David Hardin. I go by Dave. Harden. I live at 103 Houck Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. Farmer. Am I on?
Yes.
It says there's a red light there.
Yeah, that's that.
I thought red was, you're not.
No.
Okay, got it. So you can hear me clearly?
Yes.
Okay. Should I begin?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. So I'm going to break this into a couple subsections. First is the context for this application. So we're asking for essentially a farm brewery operation and an ability to host weddings and other small banquets. We bought this farm in 2002. I'm originally from Westminster. I grew up on a small farm in Westminster. I worked overseas for many, many, many decades, but we decided it was time to come home. And in 2002, we bought the farm. By the way, the farm was abandoned and it was owned by a speculator. We took over this farm and we spent an enormous amount of time, money, blood, sweat, and tears to restore this farm to its 19th century homestead glory, to kind of reflect the historical context of Carroll County and the agricultural community at that time. We've we've restored, not renovated, we've restored in its historical context all of the outbuildings that were there, including an 1860 spring house, an 1880 barn, a 1905 house, and then all the new agricultural buildings that we've added were all Amish built. And so what we have done is really symbolize both the past of Carroll County and what the future can be, an agriculturally successful farm. We are also a certified USDA organic farm, and we hold 3 organic licenses, which is very rare in the state of Maryland. So we have a food processing license, a crop and pasture license, and a livestock license, all organically certified and regenerative. The other thing before I get to kind of our current business model is our connection to the community. We are deeply, deeply connected to the community that I grew up in. We have an ongoing and sustained relationship with the Westminster Rescue Mission, which is, by the way, the food distributor for all the food insecure in Carroll County. They receive Maryland Food Hub food, and then the Westminster Rescue Mission distributes that food to 28 food pantries in this county for those that can't afford. And we have partnered with them for years. We both donate and supply, and I'm on the Food Insecure Committee, the Food Insecurity Committee for the county through the Westminster Rescue Mission. We also, on the day of your site visit, hosted a Earth Day event with Moonlit Acres, which is a nonprofit that's dedicated to helping developmentally disabled adults assemble and assimilate into the community and to have a sense of hope. And so we were very pleased on that day that you all visited to have about 20 people, highly disabled adults, to see our farm operation. Now, that's the historical context. Our current business. We are an ongoing, active farm. We have a roadside stand, and in the record is the permit that we have for our roadside stand, which allows us to sell agricultural produce 365 days a year. We certainly during the spring, summer, and fall, we're open from dawn to dusk, and that includes both the farm stand, and this is all on the map, as well as the barn. We're pleased to be very connected to our very immediate local community in that sense, and we price a lot of our products as a pay on what you can. So, look, we all know Carroll County has lots of million-dollar homes, and they pay what they think is right for the tomatoes and the zucchini and the squash, and then we have people that are struggling. And for those people that are struggling, they can pay what they want. The reality is that small farms are under immense pressure, and they're collapsing, they're failing across the country. It's widely in the news. If you want Carroll County to remain agricultural, then creating value-added products, which is what we do, is one of the keys so that we can sell into higher end markets. So I have, just for your observation, these are some of the products that we currently sell and we will continue to sell in our business model going forward. So we have herbal teas. These are USDA organic certified. These are herbs that are grown and then dried and processed on our farm and then bottled and labeled on our farm. We sell them all over the region. We have goat milk and honey body lotion and soaps. The tallow was from my dad's steers. The goat milk is from our goats. These are examples of creating value-added products that go beyond simply selling tomatoes. We have some honey, and we process this and we sell this. There's a big demand for our products at our current farm stand. The other thing that the roadside stand allows us to do is to have 120 days of events during the course of any year. And I've worked very closely with the zoning administration, and in the record is a zoning permit for a series of farmers markets that we've had. One, we had Christmas in the Country. One we have on May 2nd. If I may approach, I can give you a copy of some of these items.
Go ahead and hand those to Mr. Dixon, and Mr. Dixon
I
will
have
label those.
3 copies, so.
Okay.
So that, that Springtime in the Country has gone through the county approval process. It went through the health department and site and zoning, et cetera, et cetera. This allows for us to have up to 499 people. There's off-site field parking. The hours are from 12 to 6. We will have vendors and live music and food. And we can do this very thing 120 days a year with our current zoning. So that's an important context as we look forward to what our business model can be. The interesting thing about these farmers markets events at our farm is that I bring in food vendors and local craft brewers. And they set up their little operation on our farm at our event, and they sell their beer. And so one of the models that we are trying to think through is within the limited scope of what a farm brewery can do. It can partner with other farms, it can produce beer, and it can sell a limited number of food products that are attached to that. What we're trying to do is just take the current permit that we have that allows for food and beer, and be able to bring that in-house. Now, one of the questions that I want to provide to you is parking and entrance. Again, all of this has already been approved in its current condition, and so this isn't really different than what we're planning to do. But, and I'm going to hand you another memo for the record on field parking variance and driveway access.
Okay. Mr. Dixon, how are you labeling these?
This is, the second one is 2, Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2, applicant Exhibit 2?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll accept that into evidence,
Okay.
both 1 and 2?
Hey, one evidentiary question. If I bring these up for you to look at, but
That's not necessary.
okay, got it. But you can see it. Okay. So the entrance through the driveway, and it's a gated entrance. It's a wood fence, and wood fence gate is 16 feet. It narrows at a certain part in the driveway due to the barn and a tree to 13 feet for the driveway itself. There's a little bit more space. I regularly have heavy farm equipment, that trucks, big tractors, et cetera, that enter through that driveway. There's never been a problem. And then during our events, there hasn't been a problem. There's a passing area at one point, and then the field parking is up by the greenhouses. We have 6,000 square feet of greenhouses, commercial greenhouses. So I wanted just to address the question about parking right up front. If I could also just discuss the operating hours. Now, first and foremost, we are a farm, and we're an operational farm, and we're not changing that. We are and we will continue to sell value-added products to the community on our farm under our current zoning regime. And again, that's what you see here. So none of that is going to change in a farm brewery operation. What we're trying to do is be able to sell more of our value-added products that we produce on our own. But the question, and you all may worry or have a thought about what are the hours going to be? How late does this go? How much of an impact will this be on the community and the neighbors? Farm breweries, by definition, are limited in scope. Our barn is not winterized, and it's not going to be winterized, so we will be seasonal. Our bathroom is not winterized and will not be winterized, and we will only be seasonal. What you see, and I'm going to enter this into evidence, is the operating hours and seasonal patterns of comparable farm breweries. So I did a survey of local farm breweries, and ours will be smaller. But what you see is the hours of opening to be limited and concentrated to the season, right? So it's not year-round, it's limited, it's focused, and it's weekend-based, and it's day-based. I'm not asking for anything more. The 120 days that we have right now for our farm brewery, for our roadside stand, it comports quite nicely with what you see among other farm brewers. And by the way, these are large operations, much closer to DC and Baltimore than what we are, and all of them are quite limited in scope in terms of their operating hours during the course and their seasonality. Lastly, I just want to enter into the record the issue on building permits, ADA compliances, bathrooms, et cetera, et cetera. So when we do our market events, we bring in porta potties. We rent them. It's in the record. It's part of the zoning certificate. None of that changes. That's the historical record. We have an accessory barn bathroom, and I'll enter this. It is not for commercial use. It's not intended to be for commercial use. Again, we are fundamentally an agricultural operation that will not change. And so it would be onerous and disproportionate to take to put in requirements on a farm for a brewery, which we will not be, by the way. We're partnering the actual production of the beer with another farm, and we're still sorting that out. And I didn't want to be presumptuous as to where you all stand, right? So I haven't done a series of next steps yet because I wanted to honor the fact that you all are yay or nay on this going forward. And so before I invested too much time and money, but we're not going to set up a big brewery system. We're going to partner with someone. We'll provide our farm inputs, and then we will sell our beer there. And maybe with the health department approval, we would use our tomatoes and our peppers and make some wood-fire pizza. And this would be a very limited scope undertaking for all intents and purposes. I mean, we live there, so we're not going to be late night and lots of crowds and all that kind of stuff. But we do want to be able to create value on the products that we're using. And so to that end, the farm will be the primary driver of everything. Everything else is ancillary. It's ancillary to the agricultural operations. And so therefore, adding in really onerous requirements that are premature and disproportionate for this age, for the bathroom, for instance, would go beyond the scope of what it is that we're doing, which is which is in the current framework of our current zoning that we've been operating under for 2 years now, in essence, we're adding beer to it instead of bringing in an outside vendor. So with that, let me just say that one quick point. I did see that there was a letter from a neighbor, Carol Hagan. She lives in California. So if anything, the work and the enormous amount of blood, sweat, and tears and finances and historical renovations that we have put into our farm has raised the values of our neighbors compared to an abandoned farm. And so, you know, everybody has a right to an opinion, and they can certainly put their opinion in on the record. But Carol Hagan is an absentee landowner who has left her land, her 10 acres vacant, and lives in California. So let me conclude, and I appreciate the time that you've afforded me. Let me conclude by saying we are invested in this community. We are invested in the future of agriculture in Carroll County. We are determined to be successful in creating a business model, an agricultural business model that connects people and communities to markets that is successful. And so at the end of the day, what we all want in this room is we want a standing, thriving agricultural community in Carroll County that can be a model, both for the region, for Maryland, and more broadly. And we would like to be that. And I need a little bit more help in terms of the economics of what we can produce and what we can sell. And we stand by our tea and our body lotion and our honey and our soaps. We stand by that. But I would like to diversify our economic base a little bit further. So with that, board members, thank you very much for this opportunity, and I look forward to questions from the audience or from the board.
Okay, with that, let's remember the rules first. Questions of his testimony, because I promise you'll have your opportunity for your own testimony later. So if anyone has any questions of Mr. Hardin's testimony, go ahead and go to the microphone there in the center of the room, and remember to state your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Barbara Ann Frock, 129 Houck Road, F-R-O-C-K. I want to know why he didn't say anything about the banquet that he has advertised on the internet, selling tickets for a banquet on May 2nd, when we haven't decided about banquets, I don't believe yet. So I wonder why he hasn't said anything about the banquet that he's
Okay,
advertised.
let's just, if you want, have another question, just stay at the microphone. Mr. Hart, we'll take the questions one at a time if you don't mind. So that was part of what you submitted. Oh, by the way, we'll accept Exhibit 3 and 4 into evidence. I don't think I actually stated that. So everything that Mr. Hardin presented to us, we will enter into evidence. So Mr. Hardin, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you, Barbara Frock. I appreciate your question. So this conflates two things. So let me deal with banquets and weddings, and then let me deal with the May 2nd event. So yes, I should have mentioned that we definitely would like to be able to do weddings. We've had a number of requests and small banquets. This is in the record, in the file, you will see the before and after pictures of the barn. We took a barn that was abandoned and collapsing and invested an enormous amount of money to make and restore it in its historical grandeur. It's also 40 by 30, so it's not a super big barn. And we would like to be able, to have small weddings there, Or if there's a banquet, it's your birthday, and you want to have a farm-to-table dinner or something like that, we would like to be able to do that. So for sure, yes, that's part of the variance request. By the way, that was added after I spoke to the zoning administrator because she and I have worked very, very closely on all of this undertaking. On the May 2nd event. The May 2nd event, in the record that you have, there is a temporary zoning certificate. It's attached. That record has the prior Christmas in the Country event. It has this current May 2nd Springtime in the Country event, and it lists a number of events that are scheduled and planned for the summer ahead. So all of that has been permitted, and it's in the record that you have. In addition, as you know, I gave you the flyer itself that identifies the May 2nd Springtime in the Country event. That is not a wedding or a banquet. That's a separate farmer market event.
So let me just be clear. You have a temporary zoning certificate for that event on May 2nd that Ms. Frock asked you about.
And I do, and it's in the record. And for the rest of this calendar year, there's a number that are already listed in the record. So that was under the roadside stand permit, which went through the normal notice and neighbors hearing, being notified of. I mean, the roadside permit that I have, which is the framework for being allowed to run 365 days a roadside stand and 120 days of special events. That went through the entire notification process and the zoning process, and then each kind of bundle of special events that I would host goes through another temporary zoning certificate, which you have in the file.
Okay. Ms. Frock, any other question about that? Do you understand the answer? I see you have a bewildered. Go back to the microphone, please. You have a bewildered look on your face. That's why.
Well, I didn't get any information. I live right beside there. My land's connected onto his. I did not get no information about no banquets going to be held and already approved. And it's already on the internet to sell tickets. And I didn't think we were allowed to sell tickets to a banquet in the agricultural zone. And it just seems like I didn't get any information about that. So I'm wondering, he said that the information.
The temporary zoning certificate does not come from this board, it comes from the zoning administrator.
Okay, well, I didn't
Which
know
is
anything.
which is another process that was associated with the farm stand.
You know-
And the request here today doesn't have anything to do with the farm stand, it has to do with the wedding banquet and the farm alcohol production.
I understand that, but I didn't think we were allowed to have banquets in an agricultural zone. So I don't understand why
Yeah,
that.
the banquets are conditional use in the agricultural zone, and that's why he's here asking for the conditional use in the ag zone. The event on May 2nd, however, is associated with the farm market, and that was a decision that was granted, the temporary zoning certificate was granted by the zoning administrator.
Okay, well, it does say banquet, and he does sell tickets, so, thank you.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if
any-
that was a question, but if I may just quickly respond. So it's not a banquet. The temporary zoning certificate is quite clear that it's a part of the farmers markets. And all neighbors were given a letter and an opportunity to respond during the roadside stand permitting process, which was 2 years ago.
Okay. Do you have an exact date on that, Mr. Harden?
I'm almost certain if you give me a second, the roadside
That would have been,
stand
that would have been under
certificate-
Mr. Voigt's tenure?
The roadside stand approval was, well, first of all, it's in the record. It's in the file. the zoning administrator's decision. And it was August 30th, 2024. And again, it's in the record.
So that would have been Anastasia. Okay. Very good. So that's, Ms. Frock, does that answers your question when that zoning certificate was approved?
Well, he answered it, but I've been there 51 years and I didn't get no information about it in my mailbox. It's been there for 51 years, so thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Please go to the microphone, state your name, address, occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Sure. My name's Tom Peffer. I live at 44 Halk Road. My name is, the Peffer is spelled P-F-E-F-F-E-R. I live across the street from Dave. I appreciate Dave's testimony today. It answered some questions. It led to some questions. Dave, my concern is you stated music only during summer events. Isn't that when most people spend their time outside of their homes?
Thank you, Tom. So just to reiterate, my current zoning and the certificate that was issued in August of 2024 with public notice to everyone and signage up allows for this. Full stop. So honestly, this is not, I don't want to overstate what the music's going to be. Okay, it's going to be, you know, small. It's not the Rolling Stones and tens of thousands of people. It's a couple of people that, you know, play at the Westminster Farmers Market who we've hired to do some of our events here on a Sunday, on this, let's say on this May 2nd. On May 2nd from 2:30 to 5:30. We have two single musicians that will be singing country music at the farmers market. All that currently is approved and authorized. Just for the record, which is not something that I knew, that the health department has an enormous set of requirements for outdoor events that include music if there's more than 499 people. I doubt that we'll ever get to 499 people, but we would never go beyond 499 people because the requirements for essentially like an outdoor concert are beyond the scope of what it is that we would do. So our current certificate allows for up to 499 people and music. And in this case, on May 2nd, again, it's from 12:30 to 5:30.
Okay, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yeah, another question is, I understand that the current zoning allows for this, 499 people. That's already done. That's a done deal, I understand. You state up to 499 people. Let's figure 2 people per car. That's 250 cars, roughly, 225 cars, rather. Where are they all going to park?
So the, just in response, the 499 number is the number that the health department has, which triggers kind of higher or lower thresholds. There's no indication that we would have that 499 people. I'm not sure if it's 2 people per car or if it's 4 people per car or 3 people per car, but the current zoning certificate that I have allows for this, and the parking is on the map that I've drawn behind the commercial greenhouses.
Isn't that space currently used by your livestock?
No.
Okay.
But just for the record, it's not used for my livestock, and it won't be used for my livestock, but it is fenced and contained. So, you know, it keeps out bad actors, and I could use it for my livestock, but I'm using it for May 2nd. Again, prior approved.
Well, I have no further questions, but thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Any other questions? Board members, who wants to start? Mr. Caldwell.
Good morning, sir. I have a question about the variances that you seek. It says your application requires multiple variances. Do you have any information on that you can share with us?
So the zoning, the entrance, I think the entrance is okay. It's more than 15 feet. It narrows a little bit, the driveway, it narrows a little bit. And so I want to make sure that we're able to use our driveway and not have to, I mean, we can't physically expand our driveway. And then the field parking, which is extremely common for agricultural operations. Oh, and then the other would be any kind of wedding or banquet events that we would have.
Okay, thank you.
And I believe that's set out in the supplement that I submitted to the staff of the Board of Zoning Appeals, and so that's in the record as well.
You had mentioned, thank you, you had mentioned that your events are seasonal. I presume that's spring, summer, and fall.
Yeah.
What hours are you planning to operate, in terms of covering all the types of events that you're going to have?
Yeah. Let me answer your question. I just want to make sure that you have the answer. I have a memo here for this, sir. And I'm going to give it to you, Mr. Dixon. That's the supplement. It should already be in the file, but it answers the questions about the variances.
And is this in fact in the file, so we don't need to
I
enter
believe
it?
it is. I mean, Bethany had,
Okay, so it is in there.
it
Okay.
is in there, but I just wanted
We don't need to,
flag it.
it's already in, Mr. Dixon.
Yeah, they had a variance was for setback also. There was 29 feet from the 200 to 171. And then the driveway, 5-foot variance from 18 to 13 feet. And then the parking issues, the road, like a dustless road to go up to the parking.
So,
That's all.
sir, you asked about the hours.
Yes.
So I have in the record a list of hours that are typical of farm breweries around the area. They're concentrated on the weekend, so Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They're concentrated during the daytime hours, and seasonality. We're not going to be winterized. We're simply not going to be winterized.
Okay, but in terms of what hours are you looking for that you want to operate?
So
Normally,
the request before the board is that I not be treated any differently than all the other farm breweries in the region. But realistically, we're looking at, a few, afternoons, generally speaking, on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and not year-round.
There was something in there too on the other locations, other breweries, open
Yeah.
from like 6 to 8 p.m.
That's testimony, just wait.
Oh, I'm just saying what's in the file.
Yeah, the file is pretty expansive that I just submitted to you on what the hours are of everywhere else. And again, I don't want to be treated less favorably than everyone else. But again, we can
But
do
the-
120 days of events.
But the
Yeah.
question is the hours of operation.
Yes, right.
And that hasn't been addressed. What will be your hours, when will be no more music, everybody's told to go home?
Yeah.
What will be that drop dead time?
So so partly it depends on sunlight. Okay, so I'm going to give you, I know you want an easy answer like, noon to 4 or noon to 6, but in the summer, it might go to 8. And in the fall, it might go to 6. So it would be basically until dusk. Let's just say dusk. And by the way, that's how our farm stand operates. Our farm stand currently operates dawn to dusk. And so we would close at dusk generally. I mean, the music would end by then and start. I mean, a few hours. Oh, you're talking about not the music, the actual operation. So, noon to dusk. Friday would be a little bit later. So Saturday and Sunday, noon to dusk.
Anything else, Mr. Colwell?
No, I have no other questions at this time, thank you.
Ms. Zenz?
I'm okay right now. Thank you.
Mr.
Yeah,
Olds?
for your music, are you planning on having the performers use a PA system? Amplification?
Yeah, I would think that would be a limited light PA system like they have at, let's say, the Westminster Farmers Market, that kind of PA system.
Do you know where it's gonna be set up? Like, let's say what it's gonna be facing with you? If you have a PA, is it gonna
Yeah.
be facing out towards the road or in towards your farm, or
Yeah.
what's been done in the past?
Yeah. No, this is a really good question. So on May 2nd, it's going to be weather dependent in a sense, right? So if it's raining, because we're going rain or shine, then the musician will be under the like overhang of the barn. It'll be on the barn patio. It'll be on the barn patio. So if it's in the evening, the musician will be and the speakers will be going uphill, up towards the field, not towards the road, up towards the hill. If it's raining, then they'll be under the barn overhang.
Which is in the rear
Yeah.
of the barn. That's all I have.
Mr. Snyder?
Mr. Hardin, I'm a little confused by a couple of things you said, so maybe you can clarify for me, because maybe my hearing aids aren't working as well as they need to. You're saying that you do not want to be treated any differently than any other brewery. Can you translate that to me so I understand what you're inferring?
Yes. So, so on the one hand, this is a pilot for us, right? We're going to see. First of all, I'm not presuming approval, and if we got approval, then I have a number of other regulatory steps that I have to go through, and then what we would do is a limited undertaking to see if there's interest and demand, and if and if it works well within the community. Having said that, though, right, I'm going to give you two examples. On the 499 people, that's the regulatory basis that you guys have. I'm not asking to lower the number of people that attend to a threshold that's below the regulatory minimum. So it might never be the case that we have 499 people there, or it may be the case that we have 499 people there, but in all likelihood, we're not going to have 499 people there. I just don't want to be below that threshold. On the hours, because I knew the hours were going to come up, okay, and I don't want to be bound to anything below the minimum. The standard for farm breweries is basically weekends, afternoons, seasonality. And that's basically what we're going to aim for. Some of them are open on Wednesday or Thursday. It's not likely that we're going to do that, but I don't want to rule that out at this point. I just want to be within the norm of what farm breweries around the region do, even though likely, particularly, as we test to see if this makes sense, to see if that works economically. And the one big distinction that we're going to have from everybody else is a lot of the farm breweries that you might go to, they're only farm breweries. That will never be us. Our business model, and where we think we have the highest yield, is on the value-added products, right? And so we will continue to operate as a farmer's market under all of these circumstances. Because this is where we think we can go national, right? We're not going to go national as a farm brewery, but we could sell along the East Coast from New York to DC some of our teas or our soaps. And so our business model overridingly is an agribusiness model that's designed to create value-added markets for our value-added products. The farm brewery is just a very small component to the business plan.
Mr. Hardin, if I can understand your response correctly, then what you currently do now, you're not changing.
Right.
And that really has nothing to do with the application. The application is to expand that capability to a farm brewery and an event venue. Is that not correct?
Correct.
So you're really transitioning from a completely organic farm, and you're actually moving into more of a commercial venue for the use of weddings and events. That is what the request is. Is that correct?
I mean, it's not, these things aren't separated. These things are integrated. That full stop, right? So we want this to be an operational farm that that is successful. That includes allowing us to occasionally rent out for a wedding or to have farm brewery. But let's just stick with this for a second. If we had a wedding, we would sell our flowers, which I sell at Westminster Farmers Market and Sykesville Farmers Market. We would sell our flowers as a part of the wedding package. You know, we might have some of our food products as a part of the wedding package. And so these things are tied together. They're not separate. They're integrated. It's an integrated business model.
But again, I'm not here, I just want to make sure we're distinct in what's going on. What you're currently doing is what you're currently doing, and that is all fine and good and approved and so forth. But really, you're taking you're expanding your business model to move to a commercial element that involves weddings and events.
Okay, so
Is that not true?
it's not exactly accurate.
How
So
is it
let me
not true,
break this
sir?
down into two components. So right now, you can come to our farm and you can buy flowers and honey and eggs and meat chickens and teas. I want to be able to, and if you want, you can sit and have a beer with your spouse, and as you buy all of our stuff. So think more of like a 19th century Italian small village where you can come and get your chicken and your flowers and your honey, and you can sit and have a beer, okay? That's the business model. The weddings are in essence an add-on because we've had requests. And so how many weddings are we gonna do? We're not gonna do that many weddings. But if we had a couple weddings, you know, 50 people, 75 people, it would be ancillary, but in a nice to have on our farm. So
You would understand that if approval is given, that the fact that you're moving into a commercial aspect of events that would involve weddings and I think you said small meetings of some sort, that there are other requirements that come along with that, such as, you know, your site plan, sanitary requirements, and so forth and so on, that you would be required to
Yeah.
adhere to those.
Correct. I mean, the primary vision, again, is a farmer's market that's open on the weekends, where you can buy beer and a pizza as well. If we have weddings, which we've had so many requests, then we would also have, you know, periodically, I mean, it wouldn't be a core function, but we would be able to accommodate weddings.
Understood. And so I guess what I'm kind of driving at is we're doing comparisons and not comparisons. We're comparing to other breweries. Do any of these other farm breweries have weddings?
I'm sure they do. I mean, I know Ligonor, which is a winery, and it's not exactly apples to apples, but they have weddings.
Ligonor's not on here, that's why I was asking.
Well, that's because they're not a farm brewery, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And so what I'm saying
But they're,
is.
sorry,
we don't
sir,
wanna
they're
treat
a
you any
farm alcohol
different.
producer, though.
To use your words, we wouldn't want to treat you any differently than any other brewery, but frankly, weddings typically are in the afternoon and into the evening hours as well. Do you not agree? And in keeping with your comment that you did not want to be treated any differently than any other brewery, to the best of my knowledge, these breweries don't have weddings. That is the dynamic.
I mean, I'm happy to research that, but I do know that farm alcohol producers do have weddings.
That's my question, sir.
Okay. Something that I didn't hear in any testimony, what is the acreage of your farm?
I believe it is in the record, and it's 22.31 acres.
22?
Yes.
Okay. And number of events, and the reason I ask that is the health department says you have to have additional bathrooms if you have more than 12 events. How many do you plan on having?
So my understanding is under my current zoning certificate, I can have 120.
Not your current zoning certificate. I want to know how many events you're going to have, wedding events, and the health department has different regulations
Okay.
based on the number of events that you will have there in your banquet facilities.
Okay. Can I ask you, you said the regulations trigger at above a certain number?
Yes,
What is that number?
it's 12.
We'll have less than 12. We'll have less than the trigger. So if the trigger is 12, meaning if you do 13, you have to do a lot more, or if you have 12 or less, then you're okay.
Okay, and then you testified to the number of people that would be attending the weddings. What would be the maximum number of people that you would see attending the wedding events?
I mean, it would be, I know you want to, is there a trigger on any, is there a regulatory trigger?
But we as a board have the opportunity to place maximums on that.
Yeah. I would say, I mean, the barn itself is 40 by 30, so there's going to be an occupancy number that's attached to that. So we would be less than that. Look, 125 or less.
And-
I mean, certainly not 300, for instance,
Okay,
right? When you think of big
and
weddings.
has the fire marshal been out there and looked at that to see what the capacity of your 30 by 40 barn is?
No, and we would be guided by that, and I also did not want to presume board approval for anything yet. So we would be limited to what the fire marshal deems to be appropriate.
Okay. And you said that your beer production would be, would have products that you actually grow on your farm. What products will you be growing on the farm that'll be used in the beer production?
So we're in preliminary, again, I didn't want to presume your approval, so I've only had basically conditional discussions with one Mount Airy-based farm brewery. You know, they put a lot of crazy things in beers now. So he was interested in chamomile. Another was interested in cucumbers. I don't understand how you would put cucumbers in beer. Certainly you need sugars, so honey could be in beer, and we could grow grains.
Okay.
And there might be other things that are dependent upon what the craft brewer need. But let me be clear, we would contribute something to the production of the beer.
And the actual production of the beer, would that be on-site, and what building would that be in?
It's going to be off-site, and it would be with a partner farm.
Any other questions, board members? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Now, does anyone in the audience have testimony to give of their own? You don't have to ask the questions. So go to the microphone, please identify yourself again, and give your own testimony. And then after you give your testimony, Mr. Harden will have the opportunity to ask you questions, and after that, board members can ask you questions of your testimony. Okay? Ms. Frock.
Yes, Barbara Ann Frock.
Get a little bit closer to the microphone.
Barbara Ann Frock, and you ask what the occupation is. I'm a racehorse owner. I own 137 Houck Road, 66 acres. I own 141 Houck Road, and I live at 129 Houck Road. All these addresses are directly connected to his property. I keep racehorses in the paddock at 141 and at 129 and at 137. The music that he's talking about, and 499 people, and he's also talking about parking out by my one paddock at 141, and that's going to ruin my racehorses. They can't have all that music and people and noise. And from what I understood from the paper that I got, it was about banquets and 499 people. This is a place that's in the country. This 66 acres that I own at 137 Elk Road, that's all country. And it's not, it shouldn't have banquets and 499 people. And I don't know what if anyone touches my racehorses and then I run one at Laurel Racetrack, I would get my purse taken away and I would get fined and ruled off. So I can't have people where he's parking at is at 141 Halk Road in the field right behind 141 Halk Road. And there's a paddock right there with horses in it. And so at 137, there's a paddock right there with horses in it that's connected right to his property. And people could walk from his barn, is very close to that paddock. And it also says that he's having a banquet with alcoholic beverages, adult alcoholic beverages. I don't want people to have alcoholic beverages and all that music when I have racehorses there. And I've been there for 50 years. So I think it's interrupting the whole neighborhood for what he's trying to do. And I don't understand why he's talking about selling his products and weddings. He's also talking about banquets. So that seems like 499 people. It's an awful lot of people for me to have around my 3 properties that's connected right to his place. And they can get out of their car and touch one of my horses. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to the community, and it's an agricultural site, and I don't think it's fair to us. So, thank you for your consideration.
Okay, just stay at the microphone. Mr. Harden, do you have any questions of Ms. Frock?
I mean, can I respond to Ms. Rock?
Yes.
Okay. So the parking on the map that's in the testimony and in the record is nowhere near her property. So she may be confused. But the parking is on the northern corner of, and they live on the southern side of our property. The parking is on the northern corner behind the commercial greenhouses. So
I
just
also
wanted,
own
I
that.
wanted to be clear about that, just so you're aware. Secondly, we're hung up on the word banquets. Okay, so when you ask me how many would we have, and we use the word weddings, it would be weddings and banquets. All right, so that's the totality. You said it triggers whatever the regulatory trigger is. We would be that threshold or below, right? And then the 499 people, it's for the farmers markets. That's what the health department has advised. Doesn't mean we're going to have 499 people, but it would be, but that would be the ceiling, the regulatory ceiling. On the weddings and the banquets, that number would be limited to what the fire marshal says is going to be the maximum, which is going to be well below that. And again, we're the parking is nowhere close to the horses.
But that's not true. Because I own 141 Halk Road, and 141 Halk Road is in the field north of where the only place he has to park because he doesn't have that much land.
Now, Barbara, the parking is next to the greenhouses, on the north side of the greenhouses.
It's still connected to my property where I have my racehorses.
Yes, it's hundreds of yards away.
I think they can look at the properties and see 137, 141, and 129.
The parking is drawn on the map in the record.
This is Frank. There's Hack Road, so she's down this way. There's another map. There's Melvin. This is the opposite corner. So
So
here's,
who would the neighbors be where the parking is?
Well, Tom's the one that's the closest. Yeah, I'm happy to come up and show you if you'd like. It's nowhere near the Frock land.
Mr. Pfeiffer is across the,
Yeah, he's
Houck
across,
Road
he's
from
across
you.
the road, right.
So it would be due east of where Mr. Pfeiffer's property is?
Yeah, and so
And-
there's a road, a fence,
And the Frock
woods,
property is-
and another fence.
Okay, and the Frock property is, that would be to the south.
Yes.
Okay,
all along this side, the southern side. And this
so the
is a-
parking would be next to William Morton and James Burkowski, would that be correct?
I mean, I'm not sure who they are, but
They would be on Overview Road?
yeah, so it's pretty,
Would the parking be close to Overview Road?
it's not close, but it's on that side. So if you can see where the greenhouses are, it's right next to the greenhouses. It's still, there's two fences and woods between that and Overview properties.
So, Mrs. Frock, it appears that what Mr. Harden said, that the parking would not be on the side of his property that is next to yours, it would be on the other side of the property. It would be closer to Coon Club Road than what it would be to,
Jocks Drive.
yes.
Well, I connect to the Coon Club property. My 141 and 137 connects to the Coon Club property. And if
Yes,
you're gonna
but I'm
have,
saying towards Coon Club Road, not the Coon Club property.
well, if he's gonna have 499 people there, I don't know how he's gonna get them all on his 22 acres. But I just think it's just too much for an agricultural place in a country setting to have 499 people close to my racehorses.
If I may respond, just as the board knows, this is a conditional use for agricultural land. It's presumptively allowed as a legal matter, absent, or, you know, with certain conditions, et cetera. But it's written into the code as a conditional use for agricultural land.
Okay, board members, any questions of Mrs. Frock's testimony?
No.
Thank you, Mrs. Frock. Mr. Pfeiffer, you look like you were anxious to jump up
I'm
there.
not anxious. Again, Tom Pfeffer, P-F-E-F-F-E-R. I'm at 44 Halco.
A little bit closer to the microphone, please.
I'm sorry. Tom Pfeffer, P-F-E-F-F-E-R. I'm at 44 Halco Road across the street. I am all for people to use their property as they seem fit. I have no problem with that. I appreciate the entrepreneurial spirit. I'm a businessman myself. I hear a lot of agriculture, but that's not what this allows, and I'm afraid of scope creep. You know, when I did get notification of the roadside stand so he could sell products, I would have been at that hearing if I would have done some investigation and known that that would have allowed major events to take place according to that zoning. I never knew that, and I don't want that to happen again. You know, he can have events, I'm all for that. I don't want music at 11 o'clock, and he keeps saying, you know, I'm not hearing, I'll stop this at 8 o'clock. What I hear is I want to do the max that I can. Again, evasive to any questions that were given and directed. Just, it gives me a little bit of fear. You know, he made comments that this would add value to my property. I don't see that. Increased traffic in my area doesn't increase my value. Potentially people drinking and driving doesn't increase value. I don't mind events. I have concern about music and the number of vehicles. So if there were limitations on all that, you know, that doesn't bother me as much. But I'm not hearing any limitations. I'm hearing I want to get the max that I can. So that's my testimony.
Okay, Mr. Harden, would you like to respond to anything that Mr., is it Pfeiffer?
It's Pfeffer. It should be Pfeffer, but we pronounce it
Anyway,
Pfeffer.
I'm sorry, I apologize for
okay.
butchering your name.
No worries.
Any response to his testimony, Mr. Harden?
Yeah, I mean, a few things. Number one, music, dusk, okay? It'll end at dusk. So we're talking about afternoon, early evening, music ends at dusk, not 11 p.m. There was nothing in the record to suggest 11 p.m. There's no evidence that any farm brewery anywhere goes until 11 p.m., and I certainly haven't testified that it would go to 11 p.m. I did testify very clearly, and I will reiterate, dusk. Number two, I'm not seeking the maximalist position on any of these things. Quite the contrary. I'm seeking the minimalist position. The health department, I could have, you know, the health department said anything above 499 triggers an additional set of regulations. We're keeping it below the health department minimum. You said that the banquets and weddings triggered, you know, above 12 events triggers an additional element of regulations and review and oversight. And I said we'll keep it below that regulatory threshold. So in every instance, I've come in with the minimalist position, not the maximalist position. And in terms of value, this was an abandoned property that was owned by a speculator. The house was uninhabitable and no one lived there, and the barn was uninhabitable and no one lived there. We've added tremendous value. And you came by in your site visit and you saw. And we didn't just, you know, build a big plastic infrastructure. We added value that is historically aligned, that honors the tradition, that is frankly way more expensive to build than, like on the barn renovations, than it would have been just to just to put up some tin. And in every instance, closer to Tom, we put up cedar shingles on the spring house and repointed it. So in every instance, we strove to create value, to honor our agricultural legacy, and to provide a premium place. Right across from Tom's house right now is a white painted wood fence that the Amish put in a couple weeks ago. It's beautiful. It's wood. Okay, we didn't put up a barbed wire fence to keep it in. We tried to create value in everything that we have done. We've transformed an abandoned, neglected, forgotten farm to something that is most reflective of the best of our agricultural community and history.
Okay, and,
I appreciate all the improvements to the property, and I don't disagree, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is having a commercial establishment across the street does not bring value, while all the improvements that you've made to the property certainly have. The place looks great, Dave. My concern is, who's going to buy my house knowing that they've got a Martin's West across the street? And I'm not saying that that's the size that it's going to be, but that's might be the perception. It's commercial.
That is a completely misleading analogy, Martin's West. Okay, who's going to buy your house when you have an organic, beautiful, dynamic farmer's market across from your house? It will create a lot more.
Brewery and wedding venue.
What's that?
Banquet and wedding venue. You leave that out. You
It's
talk about
it's 12, a maximum of 12 weddings in a barn over the course of a year.
12. Is that the limit that you're willing to set?
Yes, I said that.
12 weddings and 12
Well, what I
events?
said is, based on the board's statement of the code, that above 12 triggers a whole host of regulations that we're not going to do. So if that threshold is right, then we're going to be below that threshold. And let me just reiterate something. The barn is not winterized. It's not going to be winterized. I mean, there's a limit to how much I can spend on this property, and winterizing the barn is beyond where I am. So it's not Martin's West.
I'm good. Thank you, guys.
okay, wait a minute, stay there at the microphone. Board
Absolutely.
members, any questions of his testimony?
No.
Sorry, now you can have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, anyone else? Yeah, see, I told you to take the oath.
You said that.
See? Please identify yourself, state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
My name is Charles Frock, Charles, F-R-O-C-K. We live at 129 Houck Road. I'm a horse trainer at Laurel, Pimlico, and all over the country. And I live right down the road from Dave. We have 3 homes there that we have right there. The thing that I want to know is, from his barn that you had the pictures of, if you walk down the road, where inside the barn is, that's where the brewery's going to be. How far you think it is from there to my paddock where my horses are at? Maybe an eighth a mile at the most, because the party's going to be all under the barn, and you can walk right down the driveway, and you run right smack dab into my paddock, and I got a great big barn down below it. Plus, I want to know, what's dusk to dawn? When is dawn? Does anybody have an idea when that goes down? What time is dawn? I don't know. Dust is what? When you throw dust, or dust is at 12 o'clock to 6? Let's get a time limit. If that's the case, when they can have this party or whatever they're having. When do they come and when do they leave? Because traffic's gonna be a doozy, because we live right down the bottom of the hill, and the next door neighbors, here and there, they have kids. And everybody drinking. Like I say, when you come out of his barn from here to you guys, and it's an eighth of a mile to our paddock, to our driveway. And if they ran into the paddock, my horses are there. On the right-hand side of our farm, it's Mr. Houck's farm. He has like 20 or 30 cows out there. Now, if somebody, all them people were in there drinking all day, somebody might get a little drunk and maybe run into the fence or run into Mr. Houck's fence, and the cows get loose. That wouldn't be no good at all. That's all I know.
Okay, stay right there.
So let me respond.
Yeah,
Let me respond to a
yeah,
couple
Mr.
of
Harden,
things.
would you like
So
to
the
respond?
roadside stand is open from dawn to dusk. What that means is when I wake up in the morning, I open up the roadside stand. The wedding venue or the farm brewery, that's not dawn. That doesn't open at dawn. The roadside stand is open at dawn. Dusk. You want a precise number. What I'm trying to say is sunset. Okay, sunset varies every day. That's the definition of dusk. Secondly, Charlie's paddock, there are two houses between our barn and his paddock. So I don't know what the distance is.
Eighth of a mile.
Okay, maybe it's an eighth of a mile, maybe it's
Yes.
more, but whatever it is, there are two single-family houses that are in between. So it's not like, oh, our property where his paddock is borders right up. There's the Andersons who are not here and the Adams who are not here because they don't oppose it. And then the Houcks. We work very closely with the Houcks. The Houcks are not here. They don't oppose this. I've spoken to, it's now living there is Janet Martin. My wife was just with Janet yesterday at the Ladies Auxiliary for the Westminster Rescue Mission. We, as I mentioned, support the Westminster Rescue Mission. The Houcks are deeply engaged in the Westminster Rescue Mission and the food insecurity as we are as well. And so I just want to clarify when Charlie says dawn to dusk, that's not what we're talking about. That's the roadside stand. And an eighth of a mile to his paddocks, there's two houses in between.
Both houses are up off the Blacktop Road. They're a good quarter of a mile back on the hill. They're not right on the road. They're a quarter of a mile back in the hill. So they got to go past them. They won't even see their houses. They can walk right from here an eighth of a mile, and they run right smack dab into my paddocks. And now what he's saying about it's upgraded the community. Well, Houck Road, when we first got there, we bought 85 acres. We paid $10,500 for it back 65 years ago. Now it's worth probably $1 million. All the houses on Houck Road, they really increased everything because as you drive out Houck Road, they're $1 million houses, maybe $2 million houses. As you drive there, it's 1 mile from my driveway to Houck Road to the end of it. It's definitely $7 million houses there. I don't know if they're going to enjoy having music blasting. How loud is the blasting going to be with the music? That's the biggest problem. Facing this way, it's going to be facing towards 141, our house behind his. Our other two houses are down below there. We have 3 houses. So that's what I'm saying is it's increasing the, like this man just said, what's the increase in our land? Because you're going to have venues and all there and parties, and people who have parties drink. They don't just drink 1 beer and go home. They stay half the day. When is the dawn deal? Is it 8 o'clock at night or 10? Let's get a point, let's get a number, what they close. That's what I want to know.
All right, look, the board can weigh whether or not a historically restored, beautiful farm, house, and barn increases value or not, okay? Because that's what we've done. Secondly, Charlie keeps confusing dawn and dusk. I just don't know what more to say. The farm stand is open at dawn. The farmer's market that we're having on May 2nd closes at 6. It has music. It already has music. It's already scheduled. It's already been approved. These are the kinds of things that we're talking about. It's not particularly different. And there's already alcohol there. It's just a different. It's 1623, the craft brewery. They're one of the vendors. So there's nothing different.
The main thing is, it's quiet in the country. We live in the country. I've been living there most of my life. Now it's going to be, who cares about the 480? Make out 200 people. 200 people with a band blowing out, boo, 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 playing until dawn. Where is that going to be at? We have racehorses. That's the main thing we have. They're not $100 horses. They're 20 to 50,000, maybe 100,000. We just won 2 races the other day for $50,000 at Laurel. I bring them home, put them in that little paddock, take them back to Laurel 3 days later. From his farm, they come out the door, and they start walking. From here, it's an 1/8 mile to my paddock. It's on the road, right there like this, and the 2 houses are back in the woods. But that's the main trick is, all the music, to when is dawn? I don't know when the hell dawn is. Is that 6 o'clock? 7 o'clock? When is, I don't understand dawn, dusk to dawn deal. Can somebody tell me when dawn is?
I could, but it would be testimony, and we'll deliberate.
I knew a girl
we'll
called
deliberate
Dawn.
that, okay?
I knew her name was Dawn, but I don't know where Dawn is.
So let me just reiterate.
What time is the end of the show? That's what I want to know. What time is the people's next to us? There are 2 kids out there selling Kool-Aid and stuff out on the lawn Saturday, Sunday. They're out there selling Kool-Aid. I stop every day and get Kool-Aid off them, or Jell-O, or whatever the hell they're selling. That's fun. All these people, when they leave there, they're coming down, they're going to go back to Houck Road, they're going to go down by the Coon Club. You already have a Coon Club that's back in the woods that has every Saturday night, but that's only one day. They have bull roast, horse roast, they have anything you want, but it's not right near my house where it was quiet. That's why I bought the farm, because it's quiet. I don't want to live in the city. I got a home in Pimlico, 5609 Gist Avenue. I wouldn't live there if you gave me it. I rent it, you know. But I'm in the country where it's quiet. You breathe fresh air, and nobody's worried about nobody. But now you're going to worry about all these people leaving Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Sunday worse.
So it's not even allowed in this county, or probably anywhere in almost anywhere in America, to have music go until dawn. It's really hard to respond to Charlie's statements because it's disconnected from all the evidence and all the testimony. So dawn is, there's nothing to do with dawn. Dawn is just when I open up the roadside stand. Okay.
What time are you closing?
So I close the roadside stand at dusk.
I want to know when dawn is.
Sunset. Dawn is in the morning, sunrise.
Oh.
Dawn is sunrise, Charlie.
Closing.
When the sun sets.
Oh, when does that do that?
Sorry?
When does the sun set then?
It changes every day.
Can we pick a number? That's all I'm asking. Just pick a number. And remember, the party's going to be under his barn, and under the barn is an 1/8 mile from my paddock. It's not like it's out there 20 acres, way out in the back field. It's right there where I can see my barn. I see his house every day. I look at it. So I want to know, it's an 1/8 mile away where all the people who are drinking all day got a chance to run through my paddock.
Charlie came by and he said he'll support me if I'll give him beer. And
Yeah,
of
but
course I said yes.
I'm married. My
Okay,
wife don't want it.
we're digressing.
Yes, we are.
We are
She
really
don't want it.
digressing.
That's why I'm here.
Okay. Board members, any questions of Mr. Frock's testimony?
I have one.
Mr. Caldwell?
Thank you for coming here today, sir, and testifying. I understand your concerns. Can you tell me, do you have any, racehorses are expensive things,
Definitely.
and do you have any means of protecting them from people coming into your property? close
They've
to the
never
horse?
had 200 people drinking all day, coming out of his farm and taking a left and got a chance to run through that field, that paddock I have down there, and run into my horses, or run into Mr. House cows.
So that's not my question. Do you have a barrier around your paddock
Oh,
to
yeah,
protect your
yeah,
horses?
it's a fence. 3-board fence. I just mowed it last night. And it's got a paddock, it's got a barn right inside it, where the horse, when it rains, it goes inside it.
There's a 3-board fence is all that you have.
What would you want to have in it?
I'm just
I'm
curious.
just
that's
saying,
all.
okay. That's what it is. It's 3-board fence, 4 foot high. It's an acre and a half. And it's 2 little paddocks. I'll split it in half.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions of Mr. Frock?
None for me.
Thank you, Mr. Frock. Any other testimony?
Mr., I was gonna ask that. Is there a deconfliction at all between the approvals? What I'm saying is, if we approve this, how does that work with the prior? And that's why I want to ask
I
if we
see-
get testimony.
I see Anna back there, so could you, number one, I'm gonna have to swear you in.
That's fine.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and please state your name, address, and occupation, and spell for the record your last name.
Hi, Anastasia Yemelyanova, Amazonic administrator, and my last name is Yemelyanova. I work at 225 North Center Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. So I just wanted to, I have a couple questions for Mr. Harden, and I also wanted to clarify some uses, what we have there approved and not approved, and what we hear today about. Just in general, first question is for Mr. Harden is, if I can ask question, can I?
Yes.
Okay. When I look at the map for the farm alcohol producer, I was trying to figure out where exactly you're going to have a brewery, and it looked like the structure is actually like not 200 feet from the property line, if I'm looking correctly at the correct structure. So could you clarify for me for sure what's the distance from the property lines for the structure where you will have the brewery?
So the farm, so where we would sell alcohol would be in the barn. And what's the question, 150 feet? Is that the distance?
No, 200 feet.
200 feet? I don't think it's 200 feet from the
Okay,
road.
so that would be one of the variances that.
No, wait a minute, let me interrupt. I think we answered two different questions, because the question was, where is the farm alcohol production going to be? You testified,
Yes.
you testified earlier that it was going to be off-site, and Anastasia was not here at that point. So the sale of the alcohol is how you answered the question.
Correct.
Her question was about where the production would be.
The production is off-site, and so thank you for clarifying that. I understood that was being conflated, so I was just looking at the sale as opposed to the production. Production will be off-site.
Okay, so will you have the actual production license, like I don't know, alcohol producer license on hand? Will you get it or not? Because that's a requirement for the farm alcohol producer to have an actual license.
So I didn't want to presume approval, so I was doing this sequentially. So at the moment, I don't have it. I wanted to find out what the outcome is before I spend time and effort to get the production. But I would partner the actual production with another farm.
Okay, so, and to clarify my question, actually, to make sure the variances that Mr. Harden required to have is for all the structure for farm alcohol producer must be within 200 feet, no closer than 200 feet. So if any structure that you're going to use for farm alcohol producer license and also tastings and tours, they are part of the farm alcohol producer, could be a part of the farm alcohol producer. So if you're going to have a tasting room somewhere there, so you have to be, for those rooms, they have to be at least 200 feet from the property line. So just want to make sure that you are aware. And
Okay, so can I just answer really quickly? So, again, the production is off-site, and any, let's say, tasting or point of sale would be less than 200 feet, and I would need a variance.
correct, but I'm not sure about the production of site. I don't know how license would be issued if you are producing the alcohol off-site. It's not my purview. I don't issue the alcohol licenses, so you will have to talk to the licensed people who will be able to tell you if you can produce off-site and call farm alcohol producer on these premises.
So if I may respond to that. So you can produce off-site. It's written into the code. I think it's the Class 8 farm brewery.
Which, and like, that is not our issue, that's
Okay.
the liquor board's issue.
Correct, yeah, so I wasn't sure, I don't know anything about licenses, I just know that you will have to have the farm alcohol producer license.
Cor-
So,
No, that's correct. I would have to get that. That would be the next step if I get approval now.
so do you have any questions, or can I continue?
You go ahead and continue.
So just to clarify the uses that were approved at the property. So the uses were approved as one use as a permanent use is a roadside stand, which Mr. Harden allows to sell agricultural products from that roadside stand. So the other use that everybody talks about is a farmer market is a temporary use. So it only allows for 120 days. Within that 120 days, so he can bring the vendors, he can bring the whoever he wants to bring, and of course, I wasn't aware that he has actual alcohol already on site for that farmer's market. So you probably will need to talk to the liquor board to see if you would require some kind of additional approvals for that specific vendor on your property. So maybe not. I honestly, I wouldn't know that. So, but that 499 number of people, that's a permission from the health department.
Correct.
So from our standpoint, we're looking at the actual temporary use determined case by case basis and depending on individual site condition, and applicant's demonstration that potential impacts to neighboring properties will be adequately addressed and minimized. So in general, again, we're here today not about the farmer's market, but I wanted just to clarify that, Mr. Harden provide all the information for me. We sent comment letters to all different departments, including sheriffs, including cross department, including health department, so wherever anyone would request him to have, so he will have to comply with their regulations as well. So, but from my standpoint, is for the use, he was approved for 120 days to be at the time. So it's, again, it's a temporary use, one-time use. So that's why Mr. Harden here today to ask for the actual approval of the farm alcohol producer, which would include tasting and tours. So he could utilize that property for that of the actual alcohol, and people can come and try it and taste and buy it. He can sell it from the site. Plus, as an accessory use, he could ask, which he did ask, for the banquet and event facility, because during our conversation, he mentioned that he wanted to have some weddings on the property. Weddings cannot be open for the public, so it's only on, you have a wedding, you have to have an invitation, so you cannot just drive by, pass, and stop by and sit at the wedding, so it cannot be crushed with. So, but those users which, you know, he's today for. So I submitted my comments, and I just want to make sure that you are aware that the applicant is requesting multiple variances, including 29-foot variance to reduce the required 200 feet front yard setback to 171 feet. So that's for the actual one building. I'm not sure which buildings, which buildings else he will be using for the farm alcohol producer license, but all the buildings must be at least 200 feet from the property lines. A 5-foot variance to reduce the required driveway width from 18 feet to 13 feet. And because the requirements is usually 18 feet wide for commercial driveway, which his use will be considered as a commercial use, even though it's a farm alcohol producer, so it's still considered commercial use. A variance from the requirements for a durable and dustless parking surface to allow field-based parking accommodating up to 100 vehicles. It's usually in development review code, when Mr. Harden will have to go through the site plan approval, the requirements for the parking, you have to be durable and dustless. So field parking is not durable and dustless. So that's what I'm assuming, that he could ask you for that variance. And from zoning perspective, the request represents a mixed agricultural and event-based commercial use of increased intensity within agricultural district. The board should evaluate whether the proposed use remains subordinate to and supportive of the agricultural operation on site and is compatible with surrounding properties. Particular attention should be given to the traffic generation, access, parking adequacy, noise, lighting, and hours of operation. And I also submitted the application with my comments, the information and purpose list, like of all the regulations in our code. So if you have any questions, I'm here to ask.
Mr. Snyder.
Thank you for your input. It was interesting, I was just looking at him saying, can these permits coexist, and are there conflicts that we have to deal with? What is the equation relative to the parking requirements for a wedding venue? Meaning, if the wedding venue says it has 100 available parking spaces, does that not dictate the number of, the amount, the capacity available?
Usually, yes, we do. So like for each use, you have to have a separate, each use requires certain number of parking spaces. So if you have 4 users, you have to have, we compile all 4 users' parking requirements together. So
But is it dynamic within the use of the facility, or is it, if you are a venue that is approved for meetings and weddings and so forth, your capacity at the facility in its entirety, based on the approval, is X number of people? Does that make sense? Versus if I have a wedding, it's this, if I have a meeting, it's that, if I have not an event, but just people using, tasting the beer, it's this. I mean, what is the equation? If it's 100 parking spaces, what's the permitted capacity?
That's what we will have to, during the site plan approval, we will have to look at the actual site plan, what he will provide for us, and we'll look at each required use, so, and then we will figure out what's the actual number would be required for the all the uses. However, there is some of the uses in temporary nature. There could be certain variances approved by our director, so without going through regular public hearings and all that stuff. So, but If there will be not enough, and again, I'm sorry, I don't know for sure what number exactly, because I don't know the capacity of the barn and all that
I
stuff.
have a follow-up, but I think we're gonna take a break.
We're going to take about a 5-minute break. We're going to call the hearing back to order.
So my follow-up. The follow-up I have is, so we're dealing with an existing approval and use of the property. And then we have a new request. And my question is, can the approvals coexist?
Correct, yes,
They can?
Yes.
And so they're not-
Except if you had, if Mr. Harden had the property in agricultural remainder, then there would be certain number of the uses that you could utilize on one property. His property is not, so.
It would seem to me, and I'm just spitballing here because I'm not the zoning person, but if he was granted approval, the new approval, that comes with certain requirements and limitations from a capacity standpoint and so forth.
Correct.
Would that capacity then influence the capacity of the 120-day agricultural use? Does that make sense?
One more time, I'm sorry, is that capacity,
Look, let's just say arbitrarily, based on, when you got through all the planning, he gets his approval, and he says you can have a maximum of 125 people here. Does that limit the agricultural side to 125 then? Is it by site or by permit?
It depends on what exactly in our code says about the actual parking regulations, according to what. So some of the regulations according to based on the capacity of the building, some of the regulation based on the capacity of the people. So, and that when we look at how many people, then how many requirements you will need to have for certain uses. Again,
Yeah.
I'm not sure, like, if
And
you,
the reason I bring it up is from your side, I mean, you get approval and all of a sudden you can't have this capacity over here anymore.
Yes.
It's kind of limited. And that's why I'm bringing this up just so there's a.
No,
full
it's
understanding.
very fair. Let me just say that I find Anastasia to be extraordinarily exceptional. She's bright, detailed, hardworking. She's really the best of what you would want in a public servant. I've worked closely with Anastasia, and I'll continue to work closely with Anastasia. And by the way, Anastasia also provides like very sound advice and guidance. And so, to your point, what happens if there is a conflict between what the fire marshal says, how many cars you can put out there, what the health department says in terms of requirements that relate to music? That's beyond the scope of what we can decide right now. But what I can assure you is that I would work closely with Anastasia to make sure that we meet those requirements even to the extent when they conflict with each other. But again, in the record are a listing of all the events that have already been approved or were approved and that are approved in in June and July and September, October, November and October and November. So this was all in concert with Anastasia. Like I know that the zoning administrator is like in many ways the gatekeeper on allowable uses, permitted uses, conditional uses, and all of that. And so I have worked with her, and I will continue to work with her. Is that? I just want you to know that as you kind of contemplate your decision making.
I have a question. One more.
Okay, Mr. Caldwell.
One more question for you, Mr. Harden, if I may. Do you have any kind of fence or barrier between your property and the Frocks properties?
So they have a bunch of properties, and it's a bunch of spaces. So much of it, but not all of it, is fenced. The area, but all of it has wildlife corridors around our properties. But in the back, which is not anywhere where we're talking about, there is no fencing. On the front and the sides, there is.
So the area where people will be,
It's in the front. Everything's fenced, and we have we have a close, look, if you take our property and let's say you divide it in half, so 11 acres roughly. That's a enclosed fenced-in area all the way around.
Okay. Thank you.
I do have a question.
Rolls.
Yes, Mr. Harden, so you've been operating back to the roadside stand, that's your current business model now,
Yeah,
correct? And for roughly 2 years, is that about it?
correct, yes.
What's the maximum number of people at one time you've had there for any kind of an event in the current business model?
Well, we were supposed to have several hundred at the Christmas in the Country event, but we had a polar vortex that day and it got canceled. And I would say we're going to have, I don't know how many we're going to have on May 2nd, but we'll have, 200. Other than that, 25?
Previous.
25? Yeah,
For the 2 years,
Yeah.
25 at a time?
yeah.
And everyone parks up by the grain buildings?
No, because
Grain
it's not
storage?
necessary.
Is there just
Yeah, there's not
parking
that many people.
where they are? And have you had, I don't know if you've already said this before, have you had music before this now? Before your application?
No, we haven't had live music.
Okay.
I mean, we had it scheduled in the Christmas in the Country. And all of the currently approved events have live music scheduled.
But you haven't had it before?
No. I do, whenever we're almost done, I want to reserve 2 minutes to sum up.
You'll have the opportunity for summation comments.
Okay, great, thank you.
That's all I have.
Any other questions while we've got Anastasia here? Thank you for showing up. We appreciate that. Okay, any other testimony?
Can I ask one question?
Yeah, go to the microphone. We don't normally do that, but I'll give you the second bite of the apple. Against your wife's better judgment.
Yeah, I'm gonna say my wife, yeah. When does this 120 days, is it 4 months or is it all year? And you count 120 days, is it an all-year deal or is it 4 months in a row? He's talking about Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay, and Mr. Frock, that has to do with the zoning certificate and the farmer's market, and that's not what we're discussing today.
Okay, but you did mention 112,
yeah,
120 days a year.
Anastasia is Anastasia back there that just was at the microphone. She is the person to ask about that.
Perfect.
And that has nothing to do with the request here today.
Okay,
Okay?
that way I know when I should bring my horses home.
Yeah. Okay. So make sure you talk to her at the conclusion of the hearing.
Thank you.
Another bite of the apple?
Yeah, I'll since I did it for Mr. Frock, go ahead and,
Again, Tom Peffer. Thinking about this variance to go from, what was it, 19 to 13 for the access point. So if all the cars are going to be parked and people are going to be leaving, people are going to be coming in, you're not going to get 2 cars passing side by side through that space. So you're going to have traffic build up on the road for people trying to come in, while there's potentially people trying to come out. Just a thought.
If I may, so on the May 2nd event, we're going to have somebody helping with parking and directing people. Secondly, there's a pass area where two cars can pass near the barn. Third, we have public roads and buildings that are one lane. So, if it's good enough for the state of Maryland that at times when it's prudent that there's one lane, then there's one lane. And we've taken account of that by having support to direct parking in a passing area.
approximately how far away is the bottleneck of 13 feet from Houck Road?
Well, I'm going to answer it in 2 ways. So first of all, the passing zone is 10 feet from the bottleneck, up from Houck Road.
The bottleneck is?
The bottleneck is at the corner, I think most of you drove by. So it's at the edge of the barn in the tree.
So it's not right there at the edge of
No.
Houck Road?
Yeah.
Okay. That was my question. I
Yeah.
thought that's what I heard you say, the between the tree and the existing barn. So,
Right.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. Okay. Seeing no further testimony, Mr. Harden, would you like to give your, wait a minute, let me get through this. Presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Mr. Harden, would you like to give your summation of comments?
This county and this way of life is in my DNA. I grew up here. I went to all the public schools here. My family's history in Carroll County goes back to 1783. I care about this county enormously. I care about it so much that I left for 40 years and I moved back. And I've invested a lot of time, energy, money, and sweat and tears into this farm and this agricultural history that we have. I've also worked with respect and honor and quite closely and in detail with the county government. You know, government often takes a hit in the public discourse. That's not my experience at all. The people in this county office building are real professionals that solve problems. To that end as well, I've also worked really closely with the health department, with the zoning administration, and I do it because there's value, because I learned something from them and they help solve problems. So I'm grateful for the county staff who are good. And I can affirm to you, like I have over the last several years, worked closely with the zoning administration and other members of this county staff, county government staff, that I will going forward. The record is unequivocal about our cooperative approach together. And again, I have great respect for Anastasia. And then lastly, look, there's been a lot of talk about the country and quiet. I moved back here precisely because I'm from here and because we have a beautiful farm and we live in the country. But I am also aware that if you want farms to exist, if you care about the agricultural culture and nature and direction and future of our county, if that's important to you, if that's important to the constituents of this county, then we're going to have to make farms work. And farms working in the future are going to be different than the way farms worked in the past. We're trying to set a model. We're trying to explore ways of creating value-added products from our sweat and toil and our farm that we can sell locally, regionally, and nationally. Right? These are examples of how farms can exist in the future. And farms also are vital to our community in terms of just helping those that are hungry, which is what we do every day through the Westminster Rescue Mission and the Maryland Food Hub. But farms also in the future are going to have to take advantage of the market opportunities that are here in this county and the proximity counties. We are one of the richest counties in America. We're, by my estimate, we're around the 58th richest county out of 3,500 counties in America. We're in the top 2% in terms of household income in this county. Row crop farmers aren't going to be the future. They're just not. And I love the Halks. They're our next door neighbor. We spent a lot of time with them, even yesterday. But if we're going to create and save agriculture in this county, if we're going to really mean it going forward, then you're going to have to support innovative farms. that are making and creating value-added products and that are linking agriculture to agritourism and straight business opportunity. And so with that, I respectfully ask that this board approve our application. If we need to work closely on certain limitations or restrictions, I'm happy to do that with the county staff. But I do ask that you help preserve the farms of this county, including ours. Thanks.
Okay. The hearing and record of this case is now closed in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland. The board will now consider the case. Board members, who wants to go first?
All right,
Go ahead, Mr. Olds.
my esteemed colleague Melvin. I'm still remembering that. Yeah, and I think what's needed here for what we're here to decide, as I understand it, according to code, and what's allowed by code and the variances requested, is to take a lot of things in consideration. One of the main things, which I fully understand, I think we all do, is about noise ordinance, working within the neighborhood with people that are there. I used to play music and I performed for many years using PA systems in mountain environments and outside. It's very important how you do that and where you put your projection of sound, where you're doing it. It carries a lot. So you gotta be careful with that. You gotta watch your volume and your mixing board. Not to expound on that, but it has a lot to do with neighbors being happy with what's going on there, making that work. It's doable, but you have to do certain things to do that. The type of entertainment that would be handled there is what I used to do. I did farm markets for many years. It was me and one other guy, and we turned it down. It was basically 12 o'clock till, I think it was 6 or something. So just mentioning, I think if we're going to consider this, these are some of the conditions if we're going to be approving this, to include in that. I don't mean the verbiage I'm saying, but some kind of limitations on that would be important to answer the concerns, which would kind of blend in with giving a hard set of hours, operating hours, I think would be helpful, at least some guidelines, because otherwise we're leaving it up to the health department and the fire department to kind of go, well, here's what you can do when you get to that point. But we're at our stage now. So I think addressing that in some kind of a condition would be important to consider. Limiting, I guess, some kind of a limit on the number of weddings and banquets of that kind and putting, I think it's 12 is what's currently been approved, I guess, by the fire department. I'm a little confused on that. But maybe we should consider.
That's actually the health department.
It is the health department, okay. So we would be comporting with that. Might be considered something we should do. The beer is being produced off-site, so I think that's been answered, but that's a licensing issue down the road. Also, I think the total number of patrons and total number of people here, because again, we're hearing a lot of concern about that you're allowed up to 499 with the current use, but will it get to that point? And there's no establishment precedent. That's why I was asking what's going on right now. There's nothing to compare. It's a roadside stand. This is expanding that use, which is all great, but what do you do when it starts getting into 200 to 300 and it gets successful? What are you doing to contain that? Should we consider putting some kind of a limit on the number of patrons? I'm not sure. It might make some sense to do that. And the hours of the spring, summer hours, it's not operational during the winter right now. Should we maybe consider, since we have one window at this, setting that as saying this will be operational during this period of time, and then if in the future there's going to be an application to operate beyond that, that's a separate application. That's my thoughts so far.
Okay. Mr. Snyder.
Sure. Yeah, and I was, one of my key questions was, can the two permits, we'll call them, coexist? The two uses coexist? And the answer is yes. And the 499 is relative to the approval that has already been granted. It is not relative to the approval that we're discussing. Certainly, then I would be an advocate of placing a maximum number of people. It won't be anywhere close to 499, okay? And again, just by the nature of the beast of what the request is, it wouldn't make sense. I couldn't even remotely accommodate 499. Definitely, I would be an advocate of putting some specific hours into the operational of this. And again, we keep talking about the other approval. The other approval has nothing to do with this approval. So I'm talking about this approval. Specific, hours of acceptability for this particular approval. I think we're in a situation where this is not an atypical request in our experience. We see venues popping up all over the place. We need to hold them all to the same standard, so everyone is treated equally. By the same token, there's quite a road to hoe for the applicant once and if he gets approval here to work through the site plan process and liquor license and all that stuff. It definitely, it's gonna be quite a task. The parking, the variances don't bother me. We've dealt with these variances. It's very typical for us to get a request for reduction of the 18-foot variance. That is a county design based on looking at, industrial parks, all those types of situations. There's an 18-foot right-of-way required. We've many times approved variances on driveways of less than that. There are design features that can be incorporated that basically would preclude any type of backup onto the road, of pull-offs or whatever the case may be. So with all that said, with those certain limitations, I would be an advocate of approval of the request.
Mr. Caldwell.
I really don't have anything to add to my esteemed colleagues' comments, so I'm good.
Feeling older by the minute.
I think you've covered all of the key issues that need to be addressed. It's quite a long laundry list of things that need to be addressed.
Ms. Sens.
Same for me. I think Mr. Olds pretty much addressed everything that I was thinking as well.
Okay, so this is the first step in many steps that's going to have to occur in order for this to come to fruition. The dustless parking area, of course, is going to be based on the actual usage. And the usage in this case, regardless of what we say, that number could be driven lower based on the actual size of the venue, which is only a 30 by 40 barn. So the state fire marshal may make a determination that there would be less people than whatever number we come up with as a board. And it's only a 30 by 40. The variance, which would be to the south side, goes from 200 feet to 171. I don't see that as being that radical. That's not that many feet in the grand scheme of things. And the driveway, the reason I asked the question about where the pinch point was, is to make sure that the pinch point wasn't, in fact, right next to Houck Road, which would further impede traffic either coming into or going out of the actual area. Since that is up around the barn and there seems to be an area there for vehicles to pass, I don't see an issue with the actual variance of the driveway width going from 18 to 13, since in most cases it is very close to being 18 feet wide. What we have is the Schultz v. Pritz standard here, and to determine whether the use proposed in this request at this location would result in adverse effects greater than anywhere else in the agricultural district. I think it met those standards, the Schultz v. Pritz standards and what we heard today. The other thing I'm going to say is, if you would Google convoluted, you might see a recording of this hearing, because it was very convoluted. We had two very, very different issues that were brought up today about the existing zoning certification with the farm market and with the request here today for an application for conditional use for an alcohol producer and banquet facility with the variances. And that was very easily, that could be very easily confused, but I'm not confused by that. And I would really be in support of, again, the health department regulations on the restrooms could actually bring this down below 12, because I'm not sure what the restroom capacity is. But 12 would require a much greater investment in facilities for them. So again, keeping that at 12 events per year, and I'll let the board, we'll discuss when we go to make the motion about the number of people, but the number of people that we would approve here today could actually be lessened by the fire marshal's determination. And the other thing is, we've discussed about an absolute time. Because this is a seasonal thing, and the farm market goes till dusk, dusk is defined in the hunting regulations, it's codified in state law. Dusk is 1/2 an hour after sunset, and dawn is 1/2 an hour before sunrise. But I think for the protection of the residents, the timing there maybe should be, we should look at dusk to dawn, but I also think we should look at the time of sunset, which would vary from week to week. So,
I agree with that thought, because the fact is, you can go online right now and see what sunset's gonna be in May of whatever it might be. So, I mean, it's a very definitive time. The only thing that concerns me about that is that in the summertime, sunset could be 9 o'clock.
Right.
And I don't know that we really want music after 9 o'clock. So I like the definitive nature of using the phrase sunset, because that's very defined, but it varies so much. And no different in the fall when it's in the 5s. So I will be flexible, and I like the definitiveness of it, but I don't know that really answers the mail for what we're looking for here. Just throwing that out.
in some wedding venues, we have said the cutoff point is 10 o'clock regardless of the season,
Right,
so.
or 7 o'clock, or what, yeah, in this particular case, 7 or 8.
What about
whatever.
sunset no later than,
Yeah.
sunset or no later than
Yeah.
this time?
And
whatever.
that,
Works with that.
and that's, I would be amicable to that also,
Yeah.
if we would put some wording in there, so,
What
And
are
the
you-
music
what are you
should
thinking
be,
about what time?
Well, we haven't picked a time, but
yeah, we have,
are we thinking 8 o'clock?
yeah. I'm thinking 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, is that what
Probably.
you're thinking?
Because I think that's very conducive based on the testimony of what the operation is supposed to be.
right.
Okay,
I mean, I think that corresponds with the.
that's consistent with the testimony.
Yes. So let me throw out some things here for consideration. 8 o'clock on that, that we limit the capacity to, it's a 35-40 building. But then again, we've been down the road where tents are pitched as temporary
Yeah.
structures,
Well,
and
yeah.
that's what gets a little peculiar. What's the board's thought on the number of people?
I kind of put down 100 people, or the determination of the fire marshal if it's less. If the fire marshal says 125, I still say we say 100.
Well, I think the ambiguity in that is, and again, looking at other wedding venues, what they'll do is they'll have a structure, but then they'll put a tent up outside. And if you don't put a specific limiting number on it, that structure allows a
spill over.
greater capacity.
Well, it was testified to that we didn't want to put a tent up.
Well, I hear that.
Okay.
You also have-
Unless you'll make the approval in no tents. Do you hear what I'm saying?
They have to have a license, permit for a tent.
Yep.
Yeah, but the thing is, and I think
But
respectfully, the nuance in the county code, we have temporary tents that are up for an extended period of time. You know, I mean, I've seen tents go up and never come down.
Yeah.
So I just think it's a loophole, for lack of a better word. So why don't we just set the,
tight wording on the fire marshal's determination of what the capacity is of the existing barn.
okay,
Would that-
so, yeah, that's fine. And then let that be a
That's the
determining
guideline.
factor.
Because that's gonna happen either way.
Mr. Caldwell, are you getting this?
Yeah.
Is it gonna be less than 4
Stenographer.
pages of 4 pages?
No, I think I'm up to 70,000 words now.
Yeah.
No, I've got that. I put that in there. Okay, what else do you have?
Anything else, guys? Mr. Caldwell? you-
No, I think I'm pretty happy with what we've got so far. Do you want me to read
Yeah,
suggested-
and any further, well, we'll have further discussion on the motion, but I think we're ready for a motion.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
we're
we're
ready.
ready for a motion. Mr. Caldwell?
All right, let's try
Spotlight
this
is on you.
on me. Okay, in case number 6607, before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the alcohol farm producer and banquet facility with the following conditions. Driveway variance of 5 feet from 18 feet to 13 feet, distance variance of 29 feet from 171 feet, from 200 feet to 171. The banquet wedding venue in brackets, limited to 12 events per year. Hours of operation limited to noon to sunset or 8 PM, whichever is later.
First, whichever is
Whichever is,
earlier.
First occurs,
Whichever occurs first.
yeah.
Later means if it's 9 o'clock sunset, then it'll be 9 o'clock.
It'll be 8 PM, which would be the latest.
No, but you said it backwards.
Or you could say no later than 8
You
PM.
can say sunset or no later than 8.
Or, okay,
That's how I would say it.
or no later than, that's what I originally thought. All right,
I know that's what you.
I got it. Events and no later than sunset or 8 PM. How do we want to cover that? We want to cover the events ending at the same time?
Sunset or no later than 8 PM.
Yeah,
yeah, sunset or no later
Or
than
no
8
later.
PM.
Or no later than. Number of people limited to 100, or fire marshal's determination of occupancy of the existing barn, whichever is lower.
Correct.
Parking limited to 100 vehicles on parking area that is durable and dustless, and all changes of use permits shall be secured.
hit me with the parking
Yeah.
again.
Parking limited to 100 vehicles on parking area that is durable and dustless.
So,
Which is,
which is what's proposed.
yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question?
No, the testimony's over.
It's just a question.
Yeah, but
Ask me is close, yeah.
okay, do I have a second?
I have a question on your.
Wait a
statement.
minute, we gotta get a second.
Yeah, second, then you.
Now we can discuss the
Yeah,
motion.
Go ahead, second.
Okay. I just want a clarification on what you're putting in the record. Is the distance variance of the entrance, can you read that wording again?
Yeah, distance variance of 5 feet from 18 feet to
Oh,
13
you
feet,
did say the 18, I didn't hear that, okay.
okay? And a distance variance of 29 feet from 200 feet to 171 feet.
Yep.
Right.
I had a
So do you want to reread the whole thing?
Yeah, can we reread it before we vote?
Yes, certainly,
yeah.
of course. In case number 6607, before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the alcohol producer and banquet facility with the following conditions. Driveway variance of 5 feet from 18 feet to 13 feet. Distance variance of 29 feet from 200 feet to 171 feet. The banquet or wedding venue limited to 12 events per year. Hours of operation limited to noon to sunset, not later than 8 p.m. or not later than 8 p.m. Events end at sunset or not later than 8 p.m. Number of people limited to 100 or the fire marshal's determination of occupancy of the existing barn, whichever is lower. Parking limited to 100 vehicles on parking area that is durable and dustless. All change of use permits shall be secured.
Okay. So it was moved and seconded. Is there any amendments? Any further discussion?
No.
Question about the parking. So are we approving the variance for field parking?
Yes.
Good.
Well, that would be part of the
Site plan.
site plan.
Site plan.
But in that, Anastasia was talking about read from the code that it needs to be a dustless,
Durable and
durable
dustless.
dustless parking area. Okay? Okay. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision, which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by the board. And the board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. This hearing is adjourned, and the next one will begin in about 5 minutes. Board of Zoning Appeals back to order, and before us, we have case number 6608. Mr. Dixon, could you go ahead and introduce the file for us, please?
Case 6608, a request for conditional use and multiple variances for the expansion of a contractor's equipment storage yard. The site is located at 4195 St. Paul Road, Hampstead, Maryland, on property zone A, Agricultural District and Election District 8, by Triple M Associates, LP, in care of Matthew Shorb. Code of Public Local Laws and Ordinances, Section 158.002, 158.133, 158.071, 158.173, and 158.040. A site visit is planned for April 22nd, 2026 at approximately 9:30 a.m. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. Site minutes.
Exactly.
Notice of public hearing for this case, March 30th, 2026. There is a response to Bethany Henderson's request to various state and local agencies. There is a response from Anastasia Yemelyanova, zoning administrator. There is a response from J.P. Smith Jr., Program Manager, Ag Land Preservation Program. This property is not in ag preservation. I have no comments at this time. There is a response from Anastasia Yemelyanova. If there is no credible evidence demonstrating adverse neighborhood impact, the zoning administrator is supportive of approval, subject to reasonable conditions and safeguards and timely completion of the final site plan approval. There is a response to Bethany Henderson's request from Janet O'Meara, Bureau Chief, Resource Management, comments by Pat Varga. There is a response to Bethany Henderson's request from Laura Matthias, Bureau Chief, Development Review. A site plan will need to be processed in accordance with Chapter 155 of the existing site plan. In review will be assessed to determine the process moving forward following a BZA determination for case 6608. There's a March 12th, 2026 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the board. And then there is an application, and the application includes a map from VPR. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
Do I have a motion to enter the file into evidence?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, so we will enter the file into evidence. If you haven't signed in on the sign-in sheet for this particular case, which is 6608, make sure you do so before you leave the room. If you have any electronic devices, please silence them so it doesn't interfere with the recording of our hearing. And if you plan on testifying in this case today, I'm going to ask that you stand and raise your right hand and take the oath. Are you all here for this case or the next case in the
They're
back?
observing this case.
Oh, they're just observing, okay.
Yes. They don't need to be sworn in.
Okay, very good. I just
Thank
want to
you.
make sure. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, you can be seated. Ms. Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm here this morning on behalf of the applicant in this case. As you heard Mr. Dixon's introduction of the file, we are here today requesting conditional use approval and associated variances for the expansion of a contractor's equipment storage yard. This property, you'll hear testimony today that this property is unique and unusual, but I will start that for you by just generally describing the zoning history of this property. This property was originally approved for a landscaping contractor business in 1988. At the time, that was a contractor type business, and that was approved in BZA case number 2937. In BZA case 6059, that was a 2018 case, you actually heard, well, some of you were on the board at that time, and you heard testimony presented by my client. In that case, at that point in time, he was the prospective purchaser of the property and was interested in locating his business at the property and wanted to ensure approval, zoning approval, before purchasing the property. At that point in time, there was an approval for a 4-acre contractor yard for the location of REH Holdings Incorporated and LS Lee Incorporated, a company that specializes, this is a quote out of that decision, a company that specializes in the installation and maintenance of highway guardrail products, impact attenuators, highway signs, and related items. So we are here today requesting an approval for an additional expansion of that contractor yard. And this is a bit of a unique request to you because the reason we are doing so is not an intensification of the business. It's actually related to site plan purposes, I'll say. So the 2018 Board of Zoning Appeals approval in case 6059 was followed with a corresponding site development plan that received full approvals. That approved plan requires that a portion of the lower yard be removed and be used for stormwater management practices. And so in summary, the company cannot afford to lose that portion of the yard for the site to remain viable for the business. And so over the past few years, the company has acquired some adjacent property from the adjacent property owner. This property is largely surrounded by the Lippy Brothers farming operations, which you'll hear testimony to shortly. So over the past few years, they have acquired additional property, and it is the intention that the previously approved site development plan would be amended in some fashion to accommodate the request before you today, with the added ability to utilize some of that adjacent property for some of the stormwater needs as well. So to be clear, still stormwater needs on the lower part of the yard, but perhaps feasible, additionally feasible with gaining that extra property. And again, I just want to emphasize that we are here, and you will hear testimony today, that the business itself is not changing. We are not asking for additional employees. We are not asking to change the other details of the business operation at the site. The expansion is necessary for the maneuverability and the safety of the vehicles and equipment on site to comply with the site development plan requirements, largely stormwater. So I just wanted to set the stage with that statement, and with that, I will first call Matthew Shorb as my first witness. So Matt, can you please introduce yourself, spelling your name and stating your address?
Certainly. Matthew Shorb, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, S-H-O-R-B. I reside at 1863 Grantley Road in York, Pennsylvania, 17403.
And Matt, are you here today as a representative of Triple M Associates LP?
Yes, I am.
And does Triple M own the property?
Yes, it does.
Can you explain your role and position in that entity?
I am the majority owner of Triple M Associates. Triple M Associates is a holding company just for the purpose of owning real estate that is leased exclusively to our wholly owned business entity, LS Lee Incorporated.
And can you describe to the board what your position is at LS Lee Incorporated?
I am CEO of LS Lee Incorporated.
Approximately when did Triple M purchase the property?
I believe it was 2017.
And you heard my opening statement.
Yes, I did.
Was that all accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
So do you know what the property was used for before you purchased it?
It was used for Exterior Expressions, which was a landscape company.
And you're aware that the previous owner did proceed and receive Board of Zoning Appeals approval for his use in BZA case 2937 at that point in time, correct?
That is correct.
On January 4th, 2018, you appeared in front of this board and received approval for an expansion of the contractor's equipment storage yard. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You, let me hand these out quickly.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, Matt, I'm gonna actually jump you to applicant's exhibit 2. We will come back to and enter applicant's exhibit 1 in just 1 second. But just for the sake of keeping the packet organized and intact, we're gonna go to what's been marked as applicant's exhibit 2. Is that a copy of the BZA decision in case 6059?
Yes,
And that's the case that you testified in, correct?
it is.
And at that point in time, you testified that it was your intent to purchase the property and locate your business there. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Can you explain to the board what your line of business is?
Ellerslie Incorporated specializes in highway guardrail maintenance, construction, attenuators, signs, essentially highway safety products.
And the details that were testified to in this case, 6059, remain the same as they are today. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I would like to ask that applicant's exhibit 2, which is BZA case 6059 decision, please be entered.
And we will accept that into evidence.
Thank you. Matt, can you explain to the board your client base for that business?
The majority of our customers are state highway, county government associations. We do some work for large developers, think malls, schools, et cetera, but far and away, the majority of our work is state contract.
Is it accurate that you have an approved site development plan for the property?
That is correct.
And does that plan require stormwater management facilities that would consume a portion of the existing yard space?
Yes, it does.
Can your business afford to lose any portion of the existing yard space?
No.
In trying to resolve this and address stormwater management current requirements, did you go through the process of acquiring adjacent property?
Yes, we did.
Can you just generally explain that?
Yes, so the area that would be required for the stormwater maintenance is in the lower level of our parcel, where we currently store material, steel guardrails, posts, panel, et cetera. It is the level portion of our property, which for safety purposes is where forklifts can pick up and maneuver and manipulate our products to get them off of trucks, onto trucks, et cetera. Unfortunately, that's where the stormwater management pond needs to be and eliminates a large portion of our storage and utilization of that space. Through this long period of figuring out how to make this work best for all involved to meet the requirements and still allow our use, we discovered that the previous owner was selling a parcel of land that surrounds us on two sides, that's really just wooded, non-developable parcel. In looking at that and speaking to our neighbor, Mr. Lippy, we came up with a plan that would allow us to buy the remaining MedVed parcel, add it to ours, and move some of our yard into the area that we're requesting, and still facilitate the stormwater management at the same time. So we viewed it as a win-win for everybody.
So having acquired that adjacent property, do you believe that you can meet the current stormwater management requirements for the plan that has been presented with this application to this board today?
We do.
Is there anything about this expansion request, the yard expansion request, I should say, that's being done in anticipation of any significant business growth or significant business changes from what you explained to the board in 2018?
No, this is just to allow us to continue to do what we're doing.
Now, I am going to turn back to what's been marked as applicant's exhibit 1. This is a zoning plat that was prepared by BPR, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and this shows the area that was previously approved as well as the area that's being requested for the expansion today, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and the property that you acquired, can you just, like, in a left-right way, describe to the board where that's located in proximity to the existing yard?
The majority of it is the left-hand side of the drawing, with a small portion of it to the north.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask that applicant's exhibit 1, which is that BPR zoning plat, please be entered.
And we will accept that into evidence.
Thank you. Matt, I'm next turning you to what I have marked as applicant's exhibit 3. Is that an aerial that accurately depicts the property in the surrounding area?
Yes, it is.
And can you just explain to the board, like, where the yard is in that?
So your eye is immediately drawn to two parts of the center of this drawing, the pond slightly to the right, and then our parcel, which would be the non-wooded area of the picture immediately in the center of.
Perfect, thank you. I'd like to ask that applicant's exhibit 3, which is the BPR aerial, please be entered.
And we'll accept that into evidence.
Thank you. Matt, is anything about the planned expansion changing the way the daily operation of the site?
No.
So what do you use the property for?
So this is our headquarters for our Maryland operations. So we operate entire state out of this operation. Our teams, our crews, most of them work out of state, or live out of state, I should say. They'll commute here. Even local people will commute to this location on a Monday. They will load into our vehicles, work out of town. We pay for their hotels. They stay out of town all week. They'll return on Friday, hopefully in the same condition or better than we found them, and come back the next week and do it all again. At this site, we house our equipment and our materials that go out throughout the week.
And as part of the services that you provide, you also cater to emergency needs as well, correct?
That is correct. So in addition to new installation projects, we do a significant amount of maintenance for the states, which is on call as needed. No one can predict where the accidents occur or when they occur or with what severity. Much of that is on call. Some of it is as an emergency status, that if we get a call on a Saturday night because there's a major accident down on 695, we have so many hours to respond.
So, I guess, aside from emergency situations, what are your normal hours and days of operation?
Normally, we operate between 7 and 5, Monday through Friday, with most of that activity being first thing Monday morning when the crews show up and roll out, and then when they come home Friday afternoon to go home, and most of them are on the road home by 2 o'clock.
So is it accurate that you have about 40 employees who come to the site on Monday and then leave the site, go to a job, and then return to the site on Friday?
That is correct.
Okay. And approximately how many employees stay at the site throughout the day?
We have between 3 and 5 at any given day.
And those are mostly office-type jobs in the office building on-site, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The expansion and the additional parking that's being requested is not to provide for additional employees, is it?
No, it's to clean up the existing site. Right now, we have employee vehicles parked in amongst equipment and material, and it's not ideal or safe for them, and especially with them being out of town throughout the week, it creates problems with who left their keys where.
Understood. Aside from employees coming to the site on Monday, taking trucks and then returning on Friday, is there any other type of outdoor activity that's occurring at the site throughout the week?
Receiving of materials, staging of materials, loading of trucks.
And that's all happening within those general business hours that you talked to, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And then a part of the site is obviously used for storage as well, correct?
Yes, storage of materials, storage of equipment.
And is it the intent with the plan that was presented with this application to locate some of that storage area in the new area shown on the plan?
Yes.
Do you have any retail customers or any customers that come to this site?
No, we do not.
Are you proposing any additional or new lighting as a result of this request?
No, we are not.
Are you requesting any additional signage as a result of this request?
No, we are not.
I am turning you to what's been marked as Applicant's Exhibit 4, and we're gonna walk through these. This is 9 pages. So we'll walk through and just show sort of, or describe, I should say, the angle that these photos are taken from. So you're looking at what has been marked as Applicant's Exhibit 4, page 1 of 9. Is this a photograph showing a car or a person entering the site?
Yes,
And this is beyond St. Paul Road. This is into the driveway, correct?
yes, I'd say it's probably 25, 30 yards into the property.
Okay. So I'm going to turn you to page 2 of 9. This is just a little bit further down as you're entering the site and can see the office building off to the right as you're entering. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so that building, the building on site is where your offices are, correct?
that's correct.
Now I'm turning you to page 3 of 9. This shows some employee parking area, correct?
That is correct.
And this parking area currently is north of the office building.
It is along the driveway.
Now I'm turning you to what's been marked, well, page 4 of 9. This is looking northwest from the edge of the parking adjacent to the office building towards any adjoining properties, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And this is all your property, like the trees and such that you can see in this photograph are part of your property,
this is
correct?
the property we acquired.
Okay. Now we are looking at page 5 of 9. This is a photograph as you're entering the site. If you come down beyond the office building and you, I think it should be right down there. Is that right? This is the yard in the rear of the office building, correct?
Yes, this is behind the building.
Okay. Now we're on page 6 of 9, which is, again, the yard in the rear of the office building, correct?
This is, that, yes.
Okay. And actually, let me take you back to page 5 of 9, because I think one of the things I just want to point out in both page 5 and 6 is all of those trees that you can see on the boundary of the yard area there. That's all your property, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, we're on page 7 of 9, which is again another shot of the yard, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And again, those trees and that sort of buffer area that you see is part of your property, is it not?
also correct.
Okay. Page 8 of 9 is looking, you're standing at the office building, looking to the right, out into the yard. And again, those trees on this, that's part of your property, correct?
That is correct.
Last page, page 9 of 9, looking north again towards the adjacent property and even beyond that St. Paul Road. This shows existing trees and woods on your property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to ask that applicant's Exhibit 4, which is those 9 pages of site photos, please be entered.
And we will accept those into evidence.
Thank you. Matt, have you had the chance to talk to some of your neighbors about this request?
We've worked extensively with the Lippy family. They're supportive of this and have actually facilitated the plan to make it even better.
So you are looking at what's been marked as applicant's Exhibit 5, which is 2 pages in total. And I think we need to talk about this in tandem with what's been marked as applicant's Exhibit 6, which is a map. So these 2 letters of support are both from Lippy family members who control the entities that own the surrounding property from you, do they not?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. So looking at applicant's Exhibit 6, all of that shows the subject property sort of centered, correct?
Yes.
And that's your site. And then all of those surrounding highlighted properties are owned by entities that are controlled by the two people that have signed those letters in support of this application. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I would like to ask that applicants' Exhibits 5 and 6 please be entered.
And we will accept those into evidence.
Thank you. And Matt, is it accurate that your property sits on the Carroll-Baltimore County line, correct?
It is the line, yes.
And so there is an adjacent Baltimore County property to you that has a zoning approval for a commercial use. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just generally describe what that is?
That would be what the Lippy family is using for their event venue, and beyond that was the part of the original construction storage yard.
And Matt, one final question for you. If this board were unwilling to grant this approval here today, can you explain what the viability of your business at this site would be?
If we lose the ability to store the material and load it safely because of the stormwater pond, we'd have to look at moving material and equipment up the hill, which is presently a slope, and traversing a slope with a loaded forklift and trying to load equipment is not a safety thing that we want to deal with. Without the ability to store enough equipment and material, we would really need to look seriously at the viability of staying at the site.
Thank you. That concludes my questions for Matt Shorb, unless the board has any.
Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Shorb's testimony? Oh, did you want to?
I believe I asked that applicants Exhibit 5 and 6 be entered. But if I did not,
But wait
may
a
they
minute.
please be
Did you
entered?
do 7 also?
Not yet.
Oh, okay, very good. Okay, that's why
Thank
I was a
you.
little confused.
Mr. Bechtel will be testifying next.
I'll jump ahead. Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Shorb's testimony?
I do.
Board members, Mr. Snyder.
Thank you very much. You've been operating on this particular site for how long?
Just shy of 10 years now.
Roger that. During your period of time of operating, any complaints, problems, issues whatsoever?
We had one that we earned. We had one young employee come back from an emergency hit at 3 a.m. and dump a load of metal guardrail in a metal dumpster. And we had one neighbor who, very rightfully so, was not happy about that. We have corrected that with education of our team, that materials brought back after a certain hour, wait till the next morning.
Understood. And this might be something for your council may have to weigh in with you as far as a response. So you appropriated the lot next door, for lack of a better phrase, that will basically address your stormwater management land laws, is how I'm gonna say it. Now, we approve zoning based on the plat. Have the deeds been merged, or were you looking for a separate approval on the new lot, of course? Help me with that one.
I believe that it was done by add-on. Okay, it was done by add-on, deed add-on, and the stormwater facility is, in the county's code, we have an ancillary improvement section of the code, which allows for certain things to be located on the site. So there's no need to have any sort of separate approval. That is effectively a part of the site you're looking at today, and that's what you've been shown on these plans, so there's no need for an additional or secondary approval for
You've
that.
answered my question.
Thank
And the
you.
next thing would be, if that's the case, then they take the whole space into consideration
Yes.
when considering the stormwater management requirements. Is it gonna expand your stormwater management requirements? And will the space currently allocated be suitable and capable of handling the perhaps changed scale?
It is anticipated that the additional property will provide the space for the necessary stormwater to accommodate the plan that you're looking at.
Okay.
We probably could not be here requesting this plan without having acquired that additional property, to be
In
clear.
context, just so I was saying, usually there's a square footage equation And since you have more land as part of the equation, is the stormwater management that's currently designed or requested suitable, or is that gonna have to get bigger?
So the adjacent property that has been acquired is not really part of the disturbed area that would be proposed as part of the plan. It will be area that will be utilized for some of the stormwater and other county
Oh,
code
okay, now I
requirements.
understand.
So it's not adding to the requirements, it's kind of accommodating a space to meet the
Understood.
requirements.
I was thinking about it
Yes.
reverse, that you're
Right.
replacing the land.
Right.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, there's my questions.
Any other questions?
Just one, if I may.
Mr. Caldwell?
How large is the site now, and how much has been added to it by this add-on to the deed?
So I will have Randy speak to the acreage of the site in whole in just a second, but the existing approved yard is 4 acres, and we are requesting 6.8 acres in total.
6.8 acres. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members?
Yeah, I
Mr.
do. This
Olds?
might be a little premature, Kelly, but can you help me with understanding what the specific variance request is today?
Yes, so I think the variance request is two-part. It is an area variance for the contractor equipment storage yard use. And it is,
Total area.
yes, the total area. The property meets the acreage requirement to apply for one, but the area of the yard itself needs an area variance. And then there is, in the application, I requested, out of an abundance of caution, 2 distance requirements. However, I would note for you that the second distance variance requested, that is actually not residential use, so I do not think that that's necessary. It was included in case it was necessary, but there's really just 1 distance variance that is associated with this as well. So, an area variance for the contractor yard and 1 distance variance.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Shorb. Ms. Miller, do you have another witness?
I do, thank you. I would next call Mr. Randy Bechtel. Randy, can you please introduce yourself, stating your name and address for the record?
Certainly. Randy Bechtel, R-A-N-D-Y, B-A-C-H-T-E-L. I was the general manager and owner of BPR Incorporated, a land surveying civil engineering company located at the 150 Airport Drive, unit number 4 in Westminster. 4 years ago, I sold the business. I continue to work on a consulting basis and on a part-time basis.
I would like to ask that Mr. Bechtel be qualified as an expert in the area of surveying and site design. This board has accepted him in those areas as an expert in the past, but I am also happy to ask him any qualifying questions should you desire me to.
We will accept him as an expert witness in those fields.
Thank you.
What were the fields?
Surveying and site design. Mr. Bechtel, have you been present throughout the entirety of this hearing and heard all of Mr. Shorb's testimony?
Yes,
And were you asked to prepare a drawing that accompanied this application?
yes, we were.
In preparing that, did you have an opportunity to look at the zoning, natural features, topography of this property and the surrounding area?
Yes,
And can you tell us, well, you're looking at what's been marked as applicant's exhibit 7. Is that a copy of the county zoning map?
yes, it is.
And does that show that the property and the surrounding area, at least in Carroll County, is zoned agriculturally?
Yes, it does.
Okay, I would like to ask that applicant's exhibit 7 please be entered.
And we will accept that into evidence.
Thank you. Randy, how many acres is our site in total?
The current area land is 16.71 acres. The previous area was approximately 7 acres plus or minus. The parcels have been combined in a consolidated deed
Thank you.
as one parcel.
And Randy, how is the property accessed?
It's accessed by a common driveway from St. Paul Road.
And is St. Paul Road a county-owned and maintained road?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware of whether St. Paul Road is built to county specifications?
Yes, it is.
And you've heard and you've also been to the site, so you've seen the type of vehicles and the amount of traffic that is associated with the business. Do you believe that that road is capable of handling those types of vehicles?
Yes,
And you're aware that the applicant has requested the variances that we just spoke to as part of this application, correct?
yes, I am.
Are you familiar with the variance standard that's set in Maryland case law and in the county code?
Yes,
Can you speak to the shape, size, and topography of the property in relation to the surrounding properties?
If, I just forget what was your
Applicant's Exhibit 1.
applicant's Exhibit 1? And I think if you follow the green around that property, gives you the shape. Map shows us a lot there. Much of the green is a forested area. The gray area is the proposed expansion area of the dark gray area is the proposed expansion of the contractor storage yard. The blank area to the bottom left of the property is where the new stormwater management will be relocated from the existing site to that site. Coming on around, that's the stream bottom there. And that corresponds, if you look at Exhibit 8, the photograph that Kelly provided, that's basically what you're looking at the bottom of the site.
Page 8 of 8,
Page 8 of 9,
8 of 9, sorry.
yeah. And we would be looking to move some of that material, some of that area under the current approved site plan is stormwater management. Okay, some of that stormwater management will be relocated on the newly acquired property. But the materials that Matt testified to, they would be relocated to the, basically in the general area shown on page 9 of 9. The blue striped area at the bottom, checked area is a water resource protection easement, floodplain easement that came about via the approved site development plan. Kind of unique here that we are on a county property line here between Baltimore County and Carroll County.
Randy, just to clarify, that easement area that you just spoke to, no development can occur within that easement area, correct?
Correct.
And this property, I believe you have it noted here on applicant's Exhibit 1. This property does have a BZA history of approvals, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, in BZA case 6059, I believe it was, part of, during that case, you testified, correct?
Yes, it did.
And during that case, you discussed the difficulty in converting this property back to farmland. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Does that remain the truth today?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that was part of what the board took into consideration at that point in time in granting the variances. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Matt spoke to an adjacent property on the Baltimore County side that has a commercial use. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Okay. In the BZA case history for the property, it has been recognized by the past boards that this property is in fact unique and unusual. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you find, I mean, you just spoke to several criteria as to why you find it to be unique and unusual. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. In going from unique and unusual to assessing the practical difficulty, in this case, we're requesting an area variance and one distance variance. But if we were a 1 acre contractor yard, is there anywhere on this site that we could locate the use without needing a distance variance?
Not under current code.
And are you aware, do you believe that there will be any threat to the public safety and welfare if these variances are granted?
Not that I'm aware of.
In assessing the request under the county code and your knowledge of Maryland case law, is it your opinion that the requested variances meet the standards?
They do.
Has the area of expansion been located in a space that is best because of other topographical challenges to the site?
Yes, it has,
Can
due
you-
to the fact that the stream to the bottom, water flows downhill. Matt already testified about moving materials on the slope area, and he needs flatter areas to move it. And the expanded area will give that opportunity for him to more material and safely move it.
So part of the challenge is related to Matt's specific business, because of what he does and the types of vehicles and the types of equipment being moved. That's why the topography presents an increased difficulty from perhaps another type of business.
That's correct.
Okay. Have you had the opportunity in your career to work on other conditional use and variance request cases?
Yes,
And are you aware of other permitted uses in the agricultural zoning district?
yes,
Are you aware and familiar with the standard that has been set in the case of Schultz v. Pritz?
yes.
Have you heard anything testified to, or are you aware of anything about this use that generates adverse effects above and beyond those inherently associated with this use, regardless of its location?
I have not.
Are you familiar specifically with other contractors' equipment storage yards in Carroll County?
Yes,
Is there anything about this yard that is more intense in nature than those other contractor equipment storage yards?
not more intense in nature. I think this site offers, this is the largest contractor storage yard that we have worked on, okay, to date, and processed a site development plan on. But I think this is one of the very few that offers the opportunity of a tree buffer around it that does the variance request we're requesting from a neighbor out front. The trees will be maintained in a forest buffer. The site has been operated as a contractor storage yard since 1988, so, you know, and to my knowledge, there's no record of any complaints. The complaint that Matt talked about was not filed through the county, but filed with them on site.
Randy, I'm gonna come sit next to you so we can both look at this thing together while you talk about it for just a second. Randy, in front of you, do you have a copy of the 2014 Carroll County Master Plan?
Yes.
Okay. And the first section that I'm going to turn you to is page 3, or I'm sorry, chapter 3. It's actually page 24, and you're looking at goal 13. Can you
Yes.
just read the first part of that to me?
Sure. This comes from the 2014 County Master Plan. Goal 13, promote a healthy economy and additional employment opportunity by supporting the retention and the expansion of existing businesses, including agribusiness, through sensible land use policies, focusing on development and redevelopment of existing vacant and underutilized commercial and industrial properties, providing land appropriately located and zoned for a variety of types and intensities of new economic development, maintaining a desirable balance between economic development and residential development.
Thank you. Randy, I'm next gonna point you to we're still looking at the county master plan. And I have in front of you page 131, which is part of chapter 15 on employment and economic development. In looking at the policies, can you read through the
Hey.
first 3?
Certainly, yeah. Page 131 of the 2014 County Master Plan. Policy, county policy and the master plan, perpetuate a business-friendly county, ensure that land use policies support economic development. The county will actively attract businesses and industry that are clean and unobtrusive.
You gotta be kidding me.
Oh, man.
Come on.
Do you think that, should I poke my head out here to see if?
Fire drill.
See if somebody pulled that.
Kids are out there, right?
I suppose the good news is the exit's right there.
Yeah.
And I think it stopped raining.
Okay, so we need to,
Vacate?
Call the BZA hearing back to order. Okay, where were we?
Thank you. Mr. Bechtel, I guess I should say Kelly Schaefer Miller for the record. Mr. Bechtel was in the midst of testimony, and he was speaking to page 131 of the county master plan. So, Mr. Bechtel, can you please read what you were reading on page 131?
Sure. Relative to the policies of the master plan, perpetuate a business-friendly county, ensure that land use policies support economic development. The county will actively attract business and industry that are clean and unobtrusive to surrounding properties that provide primarily high-paid jobs requiring highly skilled workers and that are willing to construct building structures. These contribute significantly to the county's tax base. That's from the Carroll County 2014 master plan.
Mr. Bechtel, based upon the portions that you just read of the county master plan, is it your opinion that the request here today is consistent with the county master plan?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. That concludes my testimony of Mr. Bechtel.
Okay, does anyone in the audience have any questions of Mr. Bechtel? Seeing none, board members, any questions of Mr. Bechtel's testimony?
I have one question, if I may.
Mr. Caldwell.
Mr. Bechtel, could you tell me the distance variance that was required?
If you look at our map here, it's to the property located at 4127 St. Paul Road, and it's a variance of, it's a 900-foot requirement, and we're asking for a 625-foot reduction to a variance of 275.
That's the old, okay. You probably, did you have a variance for that the first time around when it was expanded?
Yes.
So,
There were variances that were approved as part of the first request. However, those were subject to the old code, if you will, where I believe that the requirement at that point in time was 400. Please don't hold me to that, but I think that at that point in time, the requirement was different than it is under today's code standards.
so the new code is what, 900 feet, right?
Yes, 900
So-
feet for that property.
Is it fair to say that that property has existed there under the old and new code without any complaints about noise?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Bechtel's testimony?
I don't.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bechtel. You have any further witnesses?
I do not. That concludes our presentation of testimony.
Does anyone in the audience have any testimony that they would like to offer on this case? Seeing none, presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed and summations are in order. Ms. Miller.
Thank you very much. The request before you today is to approve the conditional use and associated variances. I think that based on the past history of this case and also the standard in Schultz v. Pritz, it's very clear that this case meets the conditional use standard set forth in Schultz v. Pritz. I just want to emphasize again that the request here today is to maintain the business operations that previously existed and were testified to in that 2018 case. This business does serve an important public need and provides emergency response services that are beneficial to our county, the state, and beyond. Although this board has previously determined, and I say this board, not all of you were on this board at the time, but this board has previously determined that this property is unique and unusual such that one can then jump to the next prong of the variance standard and determine whether there has been a practical difficulty. That aside, we still put testimony on today through Mr. Bechtel and through Mr. Schorb that this property remains unique and unusual. It is predominantly surrounded by large farm land. And I hope that I just want to remind you of Exhibits 5 and 6, where almost all of the surrounding farmland is owned by the same family with different entity ownership. And all of that, those people who own all of those entities have supported this application and do not have any objection to this. You additionally heard from Mr. Bechtel that there would be significant difficulty in converting this property back to farmland, which is one of the only other opportunities if this were to be denied here today. I also want to bring to your attention that the surrounding area in Carroll County, we spoke to that one surrounding property that has a zoning approval in Baltimore County for the commercial venue. But also, I just want to bring your attention to the fact that some of the surrounding Carroll County properties, at least 2 of them, have BZA approvals for commercial kennels. So we have seen an area in this county where conditional uses have been approved of a more commercial nature, I'll say. The first was BZA case 4720, where a commercial kennel was approved for a property at 4111 St. Paul Road. And the second was BZA case 5638, where a commercial kennel was approved for property at 427 Lees Mill Road. So this area has a history, if you will, of these conditional use approvals for more commercial uses. The practical difficulty prong of the variance standard is what is appropriate to look at for this type of request, that being an area variance and a distance variance. And we are guided in that evaluation by the case of Anderson versus Board of Appeals, Town of Chesapeake Beach, 22 Maryland App 28, which was a 1974 case. And one of the first things that that case suggests is looking at whether compliance with the strict letter of the restrictions governing area, setbacks, etc., would unreasonably prevent the owner from using the property for a permitted purpose or would render conformity with such restrictions unnecessarily burdensome. And so I would point you to Mr. Bechtel's testimony that even if this yard were 1 acre in size, there is nowhere on this property where it could be located where it would not need at least 1 distance variance. The history of this site really goes to the functionality and the need for the increased yard area, I would say, as well as the specific business of this applicant. So you heard Mr. Schorb testify that the maneuverability and the safety of the site is really driving the need for the expanded area, as well as complying with the site plan requirements, which everyone must comply with. But I will say to you that it's different when you're looking at a use like this with those types of trucks than if you're looking at a use that only has pickup trucks. Pickup trucks do not need the same area to maneuver about. The same safety precautions are not necessary, perhaps, for those types of things. And so there is an aspect of this type of business that drives the size needed for that. And the site is operating today, but it needs to change to comply with the site plan requirements. And in order to do that in a safe and functional way, this expanded area is necessary. The other point that Anderson case makes suggests that whether a grant of the variance applied for would do substantial justice to the applicant. And I would suggest to you that it would. You heard testimony today from Mr. Schorb that without this approval here today, it is possible that his business cannot stay viable at the site and he would need to find another site to locate to, and he does provide valuable work, his business does. At the end of the day, the goal here is just to make this site functional and safe for the business that exists there and allow this business to continue in existence. The tail end of testimony that you heard from Mr. Bechtel related to consistency with the master plan, and I just want to bring to your attention those sections that he cited, which do show that it is consistent with the master plan to support and encourage the maintenance of existing businesses in our county in a way that works with our county, right? And I think that this site really does. This is a bit different than some of the sites you see. It's not closely surrounded by other houses and things. And I think it's a very appropriate location for the use that is requested before you. So with that, we would request your approval of the conditional use with the area variance and the distance variance that have been set forth in the application. Thank you very much for your time today.
Okay, the hearing and record of this case is now closed in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland. The board will now consider the case. Mr. Caldwell.
Thank you, Ms. Miller, for a very well-presented case. And to Mr. Schorb, I'd like to offer my appreciation of how well you managed that lot. It was immaculately tidy compared to some of the construction facilities I've seen. I thought I was driving into like a Home Depot yard or something like that. It was so well managed. Well, it was even better managed than Home Depot. But anyway, I think this case is quite clear that the existing variance requirements is an absolute necessity. You were fortunate enough to be able to buy the land that you needed to deal with the loss because of the water, the water retention area. I think this is a really good use of the property. You've done well with it. Thank you very much. I would approve this without hesitation.
Ms. Dennis? Mr. Olds?
I concur with my esteemed colleague. You said everything, and it's
Well,
very,
the
very
lot-
nicely run lot.
The lot looks
Say
so
that.
good, the lot looks so good because you knew you was coming.
Yeah, what about other days? Yeah.
Notwithstanding,
It was a dustless entrance.
Yeah, that's right.
notwithstanding, the lot is obviously operated very well. Certainly, it's a compliment to the business area there, and provides a good operational point for this business. I think the Schulte-Pritz guideline is certainly clear here, the ambiguities of the lot, and the hardship it would create to try to conform. You cannot do it without variances anyway. I appreciate the code has changed. The need associated for this lot to continue operations are clear. So I personally do not have a problem with the request whatsoever.
And I think the testimony that Mr. Bechtel had about the ability to meet the stormwater management and the level loading areas justifies the request to increase the actual size of the contractor storage yard in spite of what the actual code says in this case. And this has been in existence as a landscape contractor's business forever and ever, and there's existing infrastructure there, and it seems to meet the needs of Mr. Shorb and his related business. So with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll provide one for you if you wish, sir.
Okay?
In case number 6608, before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the request for conditional use for contractors' equipment storage yard, increase in size, and the variance, distance variance.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. The board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the circuit court for Carroll County in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much, and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to call the Board of Zoning Appeals hearing back to order, and we have a continuation of, where's the case number? Oh, there it is, 6580. So with that, we have in front of us, Mr. Dixon has written up the preliminary, or the actual minutes of the meeting to this point. And Mr. Aziz, it appears that you have something that you want to, an additional exhibit that you want to give to us. So if you could go ahead and bring that forward and give it to Mr. Dixon.
Are those copies or what? These are copies. All right, I'll just pass them down. Those are copies, and what are pictures? All right, let me get one of these.
Mr. Aziz, these are extras if you want to give those to the people that are in the audience.
So, you haven't submitted, have you submitted any other exhibits for this case? Did you? I will just call this Exhibit 2. I'm not sure. Exhibit 2. So this photo will be. What other pictures? They're all different pictures, all that? These are all different. I'm just, all these are different pictures.
But I have a couple of copies for, if anybody wants.
Well, let me have a complete package, and then you can give another complete package to the. So you're gonna have, for photos, you're gonna have 1, 2, 3 different pictures? That's it? Oh, okay. All right. You can hand them out, but you need to so this is Exhibit 5. I put numbers on these, so 3, 4, and 5. That's 5, that's 4, that's 3. So when you're referring to them, you gotta, so everybody can follow along, 3, 4, and 5.
And these are two more sets.
Okay. Three, 4, 5. I see an extra picture in there.
There's some closer.
Oh, okay.
two, we have two, then we got share.
Sure, okay.
We don't give any.
Yeah, just the chairman. Okay, before we get started, just remain standing. So anyone that's going to testify here today, could you go ahead and please stand and raise your right hand? Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Very good. You can be seated. Okay, so we have additional exhibits since our continuation, and we'll go ahead and, I will go ahead and,
This is the zoning hearing plot plan is Exhibit 2, and then photos are 3, 4, and 5.
okay, and we will go ahead and accept those into evidence. So, Mr. Aziz, go ahead and present your case with the additional exhibits.
My name is Bilal Aziz, and I am resident at 931 West Liberty Road, and I'm a small business owner here in Carroll County. Today, I'm requesting approval from zoning department for parking of commercial vehicle on my property in proposed area. And you can see in the map, we have provided the new proposed area.
Because one of the questions that we had before was whether the proposed area was in the septic area.
No, not at all anymore. You can see clearly in the map that proposed area is distance from the septic tank area. It's now will be a completely different.
Okay, so you've modified the area
Yes.
that was fenced in since the last time you
Yes,
were before
yes, sir.
us? So you have met that criteria that
Yeah.
the septic is not being impacted?
Yes.
What was the other issue?
Wasn't it something to do with the fence? for
Yeah,
some reason?
and the fencing issue was an issue. And the fence has been moved.
Yes,
The-
the fence has been moved.
Refresh my memory. The fence was not up when we visited the site back last September, October?
Yes, because
but-
I was just waiting on approval to get it fenced accordingly.
And today, the fence that we saw on our site visit
Yes,
is accurately depicted on this drawing?
yes.
Do you want to tell us about the photographs that you put into evidence?
Yes, so I have provided one of the photographs from, which is showing the property on my left, which is 93 West Liberty Road, where you can see in the picture, there are already a lot of vehicles parked across from my fence since last 5 years. And my fence will be like couple feet, like 6 feet apart from their fence, the original fence between both the properties. And then on my right side, from my neighboring property of 903 West Liberty Road, there will be a distance of 92 feet from my original fence of my house and the new fence. So it will be a completely different setup.
Well, I'm a little concerned. So is this a temporary thing? Because it's not very post, it's,
So the question we have is in the one picture is depicted that it's a temporary fence?
Yes, as of now, I have just put in temporary fence. So if I get the approval today, then I will get it done completely.
Okay,
It's just to show the idea how I'm gonna do it.
okay. That answered the question
oh,
there.
because I just saw the blocks. And
Yeah.
Anything else to present to us?
No, not at all. That's all I have
Okay.
for you today.
So at this point, do you have any questions? Number one, you have a copy of this?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Do you have any questions about what the additional information that he has presented?
No, I actually went over there on Sunday.
Okay, I did, go to the microphone, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
And please state your name, address, and occupation.
Jamie Hanlon McPhillips, 903 West Liberty Road, stay-at-home mom, and I tutor pre-calculus.
And is it Phillips or
McPhillips.
McPhillips, okay.
Yes, very cute.
Okay, go ahead.
No, this is accurate as to what I saw on Sunday. They were kind enough to allow me to go over and take a look, with my own eyes to see what it was. And I guess, I know over there, it says build a storage container. On the description what's up on the screen?
It says, conditional use to build a commercial storage lot.
Oh, it's commercial storage lot, okay, that's fine. And that would be the fence being used. Is this the time to just voice any concerns or questions? I guess our question is about lighting. We want to make sure that we're not going to end up with big, huge spotlights over the storage area or anything like that. I know we've had a situation with someone else that had to, have bright lighting for insurance purposes or something. So we just want to make sure that the lighting stays the same. I took some pictures of that.
Mr. Aziz, do you want to address that? Will there be any lighting?
Yes, there will be no lighting, poles, or anything like that at all.
Okay,
Everything will stay same.
okay.
And also, I know it's not in here, but we just also want to make sure that it doesn't creep up and that, just to have it on the record, that there won't be any barbed wire or anything like that. And is this up for, does this approval get renewed, or is this a permanent thing?
It stays with the owner of the property. So this applicant.
Okay. And then if there's anything that varies from this, the onus would be, I guess, on us to come forward.
And report it to the zoning administrator.
I mean, I don't anticipate that, I just want to know what the
No,
rules
no,
are.
that's a legitimate question. You're not involved in this process on a daily basis.
Thank goodness, no offense. Yeah, I think, and then the only other thing was the signage out front. They currently have a small little sign, which is fine, looks like a candidate kind of a sign size, even smaller than that. I just want to make sure that there wouldn't be any signage that is bigger than that, so we want our house to still feel like a residential area. That's our main concern. We obviously have a pile of kids here, so we want it to feel like home, not like we're living next to a towing company, which so far we haven't felt that way. So I just want to make sure that those things wouldn't change. It's not your turn.
And the site plan process is where the signage will be. The signage is not in our purview, but that's where that will be addressed.
Okay, and so this will then, after today, there'll be another.
Site plan, yeah, that will come
Okay,
probably several months down the road.
okay.
Okay?
I think I'm done.
Any other questions?
I don't have any, do you?
Okay. And any response, Mr. Aziz?
I would like to respond, sir.
Okay.
So there will be no huge signage at all or anything. It will stay same as it is right now. Very small sign, like you can barely see it.
Okay. So there you go. No additional signage.
Like I said, we talked on Sunday, so none of these things are surprises to either of us. I just want them on the record.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Okay.
My name is Brandon Phillips. I'm a software developer. Do I need to provide any more additional information? Address?
I'm assuming same address as her?
Correct. Yeah, I just want to, I know we live on a main road, but we effectively want to keep it as residential as possible. No barbed wire, no lighting, no massive signs saying whatever. And to the other dimension, I wasn't sure, is anything being constructed like it's a storage facility or whatever? What are the dimensions of it in terms of height and whatnot?
Mr. Aziz, will there be any structures built?
No, not
other
at all.
than the chain link fence around it?
Not at all.
Okay, okay, so that, I think that it's deceptive in that it says to build a commercial storage lot. There is no building involved with this, according to Mr. Aziz's testimony. So,
That's the wording.
yeah, so that's the, unfortunately, this wording is in code, and the connotation that you're perceiving is that there would be an actual building, but Mr. Aziz says there will not be, and that's not what we're approving today, is any building structure.
Okay, yep, I just want to make sure I'm just ironing everything out. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, very good. Any response, Mr. Aziz?
Not at all.
Okay. I didn't ask. Board members have any questions?
I just have a real quick one. Can you remind me what your business is?
I provide roadside services and work with Carroll County Sheriff Department and State Police for towing services.
So you work with the police for, and the vehicles that are stored there are from impounded cars, or is that what it is?
Yeah, from the accident scene.
Right.
They are usually only there for a day or two.
Yeah, that's right, I remember now. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Caldwell.
Hello again, Mr. Aziz. Could you tell me your hours of operation?
It's usually 24/7, but it all depends. Sometimes they don't call me for a week. Sometimes it's my turn, so I'm gonna get calls in like 1 week. Next week there is no call for me, so it's all about when my turn is.
In your previous thank you. In your previous testimony, you said you estimated usually like 2 or 3 cars. I have it written down somewhere. There was only a few cars, 2 or 3 cars a week. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So it's not changed in the time since we last?
No.
All right, thank you. No further questions for me. Thank you.
Just one quick one, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. So on a typical day, okay, so you will take cars, so typically you work with the police departments and you tow cars. As far as process is concerned, I'm assuming at a point in time, someone shows up to claim their car. Whether it's another tow company or whether it's the individual themselves comes to get their car, is that correct?
Yes.
How do you operate the office out of the house? Is that how it works?
Yes.
Okay, so you're there, or someone's there, so the house is being used as a kind of a ad hoc office to manage that. Now, do you tow from parking lots?
No, not at all.
Okay, just police, okay.
Just police.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Do you have backup alarms on your tow trucks?
Yes. But my tow trucks are brand new, and I have modified my backup alarms so they don't really sound, because I have kids at my home too. So I don't like those big alarms on my trucks.
Yeah,
I know what you are talking about. Some trucks have really big alarms, so not with my trucks.
Okay, very good. Is there any other testimony, any other questions of Mr. Aziz? Offer any testimony from the McPhillips?
I guess just one last question.
Okay, go ahead. Go to the microphone, please.
That just popped to my mind, kind of, and that is, when folks come to get their cars, so it's kind of like vetted folks, it's not just random people walking up, what is that process like? Just so, I guess my son's kind of concerned that there's just gonna be people wandering onto the property and things like that. Not our property, but just, I think you kind of know where I'm getting at, as far as, with their being towed from an accident, and then, you know, if you go to a normal tow barrier, there's people coming and going all the time, so I didn't know, like, who is actually taking possession of these cars back? Is it like another towing company, or like an insurance company, or something like that?
Can I answer this question?
Yes, please.
So usually people just don't show up. They usually call us ahead, an hour ahead. They ask us, and then we are always there outside, standing waiting for a customer if they come themselves. Otherwise, sometime a small tow truck comes, and they take the vehicle. But most of the time, I am there myself, dealing with the customer, and usually customer calls us before coming in.
Thank you. I'm sure it was a safe process, because I know you also have children, but we just want to make sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a follow-up question.
Mr. Caldwell?
So these people coming to your property to retrieve a vehicle, do they come during normal business hours?
Yes, only during, there is a timing set for it, like 9 a.m. to 4 p.m.
9 to 4, okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions, guys? No. Okay. Last chance. Any other questions? Okay, with that, presentation of testimony and evidence is now closed, and Mr. Aziz, would you like to give any summation comments?
No, nothing from my side. All good. That's all.
Very good, very good. The hearing and record of this case is now closed, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act of Maryland, the board will now consider the case. Board members, who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Go ahead.
My recollection, again, I'm old and do forget things, but my recollection was we were ready to move forward with this, and then we discovered the issue associated with the septic. I mean, we were like in the fourth quarter with a couple seconds left. And then we discovered that the lot had the septic involved in the plan that needed to be moved where the storage area was, and that's since been addressed. I've heard nothing today that would change my sentiment for approval. I think reflecting on the past testimony and the input from the folks in the audience, I think there's a consensus. I would ask that any approval we give is associated with making that fence permanent. And while I appreciate your making it temporary just for purposes of for us to have a visual, I just don't want to have it 2 years from now still be a temporary fence and maybe even expand or contract, if you hear what I'm saying. So if we can make that as part of any approval, I think that would be appropriate.
Mr. Olds?
I concur.
Ms. Vance? Mr. Caldwell?
Yeah, you will have to go through the permits process for any change of use on the residence, since you're now using it as a commercial
You
entity.
have a home office.
There you go.
You have a home office, all right. Okay, that's fair enough, all right, just be aware of that. I don't have any problems with it. I think you've addressed the concerns of your neighbors, and if you stay in good contact with them, I think you will have a good working relationship, or a friendly neighborly relationship with them. And I appreciate the McPhillips coming in and putting up with all the delays to get through this, so I appreciate their attendance. So I think you proceed.
Okay, the only thing I want to say, and this is in a condition of approval, if you're coming in at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning, don't put that truck in reverse.
Just drop it.
Yeah, just pull in and do the offloading in the daylight hours, just out of respect for the neighbors and your own children also.
That's what I usually do.
Okay, very good. Because I know what the OSHA rules are on the backup alarms, and they are as obnoxious as the fire alarm that we experienced an hour or so ago. Okay, with that, do I have a motion? Mr. Caldwell, you have something?
Yeah, I can come up with something. That in case number 6580 before the Board of Zoning Appeals, that the board approve the request for conditional use for a commercial storage lot.
And in that defense as presented,
and
is made permanent.
Yeah, the applicant will provide a permanent fence around the lot.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No. No, I'm sorry.
Motion carries. You can't vote twice.
I know, I wanted to, I'm teasing. I said yes.
Motion carries. Our oral decision will become final upon a written decision, which will be issued within 30 days unless otherwise extended by this board. And the board's decision may be appealed by filing a petition for judicial review with the clerk of the Circuit Court of Carroll County, in accordance with the provisions of Chapter 200, Title 7 of the Maryland Rules of Procedure. The appeal must be filed within 30 days of the date of the board's written decision. Thank you very much.